Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hicks, welcome.
Thank you.
I am focused on your fitness to serve, including your character and temperament and your overall qualifications to do the job. And I do appreciate the comments of Ranking Member Reed with his concerns regarding your nomination, because I share those concerns. As part of my responsibility as a member of this committee to ensure the fitness of all nominees to come before any of the committees on which I sit, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I was falsely accused in October of 2017. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
I don't think completely cleared is accurate, but the fact is that your own lawyer said that you entered into an NDA and paid a person who accused you of raping her a sum of money to make sure that she did not file a complaint. Moving on. As Secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes. I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC News
know that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to the dozens of men and women at Fox News Channel who I work with who came on the record and said they've
in your
never
opening
seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hicks, said you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as Secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign
serving.
as Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf of
job?
the men and women I'm serving
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on. While you have made that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of Defense, you will swear an oath to the Constitution and not an oath to any man, woman, or president, correct?
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown D.C., an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret
directed
Service agents
to
get injured
Secretary
by
Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence, set
Again,
the church on fire, and destroy
You know
a
what?
statue.
That sounds to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg. Moving on. President-elect has attacked our allies in recent weeks, refusing to rule out using military force to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and threatening to make Canada the 51st state. Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're
commander-in-chief
not
of
talking
this
about
country.
the election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders the president would give me in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland and take over the Panama Canal. Current DoD policy allows service members and eligible dependents to be reimbursed for travel associated with non-covered reproductive health care, including abortions. Will you maintain this common sense policy?
Senator, I've always been personally pro-life. I know President Trump has as well, and we will review all policies, but our standard is whatever the president wants on this particular issue. With my advice, I will take a look at.
If the president tells you that this common sense policy will not be maintained, you will not enable our service members to seek reproductive care. So it sounds
I don't
like to
believe the
me.
federal government should be
I'm not hearing
funding
answers to my questions,
travel for
Mr.
abortion.
Chairman. I just want to note that the other area that of serious concern to me is President Trump saying that he wants to use the military to help with mass deportations, which will cost billions of dollars. And what that will do to readiness is very, very concerning. Mr. Hicks, I have noticed a disturbing pattern. You previously have made a series of inflammatory statements about women in combat, LGBTQ service members, Muslim Americans, and Democrats. Since your nominations, however, you have walked those back on TV in interviews and most recently in your opening statements. You are no longer on Fox and Friends, Mr. Hicks. If confirmed, your words, actions, and decisions will have real impacts on national security and our service members' lives. There are close to 3 million personnel in the Department of Defense, $900 billion budget. I hardly think you are prepared to do the job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, thank you. That wasn't a question, Mr. Hicks. Thank you.
During that period of time. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of my responsibility to ensure the fitness of all nominees, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator.
Ms. Bondi, I am focused on two things in my evaluation of President-elect Trump's nominees. The first is whether the nominee is qualified and experienced enough to do the job. The second is a fitness to serve, which includes putting loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to the president. Unfortunately, in my view, many of President-elect Trump's nominees are lacking in at least one of these two requirements. Ms. Bondi, your experience as a prosecutor is the kind of thing we would expect to see in a nominee for Attorney General, but I do have questions and concerns about potential conflicts of interest, about whether you will keep DOJ's law enforcement responsibilities independent of the president's political whims, and about whether you will let facts and evidence guide your decisions. So let's start with the importance of facts, which you say is important. Ms. Bondi, we want an Attorney General who bases decisions on facts. So I want to ask you a factual question. Who won the 2020 presidential election?
Joe Biden is the President of the United States.
Ms. Bondi, you know that there is a difference between acknowledging it and, I can say that Donald Trump won the 2024 election. I may not like it, but I can say it. You cannot say who won the 2020 presidential election. Okay. It's disturbing that you can't give voice to that fact. Moving on to DOJ's independence from politics. Ms. Bondi, if you are confirmed as Attorney General, you will take an oath to the Constitution and not to any individual, including the President. To start, I'd like to know during the election, during the campaign. First, are the felons convicted of breaking into the Capitol on January 6th hostages or patriots? I'm quoting Trump, as President-elect Trump has said repeatedly. Do you agree with his characterization of the felons that I referred to?
I am not familiar with that statement, Senator.
I just familiarized you with that statement. Do you agree with that statement?
I'm not familiar with it, Senator.
No answer. He has also said illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of our nation. He said that in December 2023. Do you agree with that statement?
Senator, I am not familiar with that statement, but what I can tell you is I went to the border a few months ago. I went to Yuma, Arizona, and what I saw at that border was horrific, Senator. It was horrific.
Ms. Bondi,
I went to a rape crisis center.
That
If
is
I could
not my
finish,
question.
I went to a rape crisis center. Well, I'm not familiar with the statement, but I
get
went to a
to
rape
the
crisis
next-
center.
Let
I
me
met
get to
with
the
Border
important-
Patrol
I have-
agents. I'm sure you've been to the
Ms.
border
Bondi,
as well, so
I
you
want to
could
get
answer
to my
that.
next question. So I believe that you responded to a question from Senator Whitehouse, and let me get your response again. You said that the White House, if I'm putting words in your mouth, correct me. Oh, you said that the White House will play no role in investigative or charging decisions in the DOJ. Is that correct?
Senator, what I said is that it is the Department of Justice's decision to determine what cases will be prosecuted.
What role will the White House have in investigative or prosecutorial decisions of the DOJ?
It is the Department of Justice's decision, Senator.
So that sounds to me that you're saying that the White House will not have any kind of role. Meanwhile, though, you have an incoming president who said, I have the absolute right to do what I want to do with the Justice Department. And in fact, President-elect Trump considers the DOJ to be his law firm. I ask you this. If President-elect Trump asks, suggests, or hints that you as Attorney General should investigate one of his proceedings, would you do so?
Me, had you met, gotten to know
Now,
me, and who refused, Senator, discussed is that it is the Attorney General to
I'm very
follow
happy to
the
listen to
law.
your responses under oath, Ms. Bondi. So I think it's really important to us that the Attorney General be independent of the White House. And you have a president-elect who considers the AG's office his law firm. I would like to know whether if the president suggests, hints, asks, that you as Attorney General should investigate one of his perceived enemies?
Senator, I
do?
certainly have not heard the president say that, but what I will tell you is 2/3 of Americans have lost faith in the Department of Justice. And it's statements like that, I believe,
Ms.
that make
Bondi.
people continue to lose faith. If I am confirmed as Attorney General, it will be my job
Getting
to
on
not
to my
only
next
keep
question,
America
you're not
safe,
responding.
but restore integrity to that department.
Why don't we
And that's
move
what
on
I
to
plan
something
on
that
doing
you said.
every single day as Attorney General.
On August 25th, 2025, on Fox News, you said, when Republicans, prosecutors will be prosecuted, once the investigators will be investigated. Ms. Bondi, is Jack Smith one of those bad prosecutors that you will prosecute as AG?
Senator, you hesitated a bit when I said the bad ones. Every decision
Sometimes
will be
badness
made
in the eyes of the beholder. I'm just asking whether you would consider Jack Smith
Senator,
to be one of the people. How about Liz Cheney?
Senator,
How about Merrick Garland?
I am not going to medicals. No one has been prejudged, or nor will
I
anyone
am
be
asking whether
prejudged if I am
these are the
confirmed.
kind of people, these are in fact the people that you would prosecute. I'm not
Your
getting an answer.
time is up. Would you like to?
My time is,
Would you like to
Mr.
respond?
Chairman, she is clearly not going to answer that question, so let me get on to,
Would you like to?
I do have
I'd love to
questions for the second round.
You'll have a second round. Would you like to speak before I call on Senator?
Moving on. President-elect has attacked our allies in recent weeks, refusing to rule out using military force to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and threatening to make Canada the 51st state. Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're not
commander-in-chief of
talking
this
about
country.
the election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders the president would give me in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland and take over the...
Senator Hirono, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get to my questions, I just want to note that we did not receive information relating to this nominee until really late yesterday, and it would have been good if we could have followed the process that would have given us more time, which meant that this hearing would not be happening today. So for the nominee, as part of my responsibilities as a member of this, as well as all my other committees, I asked the following two initial questions to ascertain the fitness of the nominee for the job. So I ask you, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
I have not.
It is shocking to see the devastation that is caused by the wildfires in Los Angeles, and of course we're seeing that, it's shocking. In 2023, a wildfire killed 102 people and destroyed the town of Lahaina on Maui. And Hawaiian Electric, which is our major utility company, received a $95 million award from the DOE to help in rebuilding Maui's electric grid and reduce the risk of future wildfires. The state of Hawaii has also received other support and funding from the DOE to proceed with this kind of modernization. Do you acknowledge the need for improvements to our electric grids that will reduce the risk of wildfires and ensure reliable access to power?
Senator, thank you for your question. And boy, I remember watching with horror the fires on Lahaina and the fires today in LA. It is absolute human tragedy. It is devastating. But to answer your question, absolutely, yes. We need to improve our electric grid, both for increased supply, for increased resilience to natural disasters and events.
As we see these kinds of natural disasters, I think municipalities will need help from the DOE. So will you continue allocating funding for grid improvements as authorized by Congress? Yes or no?
Well, I'm not sure it's quite as simple as that, but I think that my short answer would be yes. Of course, I want to work with you and other states to increase grid resilience.
Appreciate that. The DOE is required to ensure that all construction and repair projects funded by the DOE under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act pay prevailing wages. Will you pay prevailing wages as required under the infrastructure law that I just mentioned?
Senator, if I have the privilege to be confirmed, I will follow the laws and statutes of the United States.
And that would mean paying prevailing wages on these kinds of projects. The Washington Post reported that in April 2024, Donald Trump told a group of about 24 oil executives at Mar-a-Lago that they should raise $1 billion for his campaign, which would be a deal given his commitment to reversing environmental regulations, expanding oil and gas leasing on federal land, and approval of natural gas exports. Did you attend that meeting at Mar-a-Lago?
I was at a dinner with President Trump in Mar-a-Lago in April. Quite a bit different than what you just described, but yes, I was at a dinner.
Well, it was reported that he talked about a $1 billion. So do you think that it was appropriate for the president to even put forth the possibility of such a deal?
I was at the dinner, and the president put forward no such deal.
That's not what was reported. As Secretary of Energy, you will have oversight over a lot of contracts, grants, and loan guarantees. Are you prepared to engage in vigorous oversight of the DOE's funding, even if President Trump pressures you to approve sweetheart deals to one of his favorite businesses? Will you be objective, and should you be confirmed?
I have followed rigorous and ethical business practices my whole life, Senator, and will continue to do exactly that at the Department of Energy if I have the privilege of being confirmed.
I only have a little bit of time, but I do want to get to this. If you are confirmed, your obligation will be to the American people, not to the shareholders or board members for an oil and gas company. Would you allow all exports of natural gas to China and anywhere else around the world, regardless of whether the exports would increase heating and power bills for the American people?
Senator, I'd love to have more time to talk about natural gas exports. The brief history of them is as we've grown our natural gas exports, our price of natural gas has gone down because the industry, natural gas production industry, has
So
benefited
you're telling
from
me
scale.
that you would, I'm asking whether you would take into consideration what the impact for the cost of energy in America would be if you allow export of these oil and gas. So would you would keep that uppermost in mind, right? With what the impact of these kinds of exports would be to the cost of energy to our American people?
Absolutely, Senator. I share
Thank
your
you.
concern there.
Senator Hoeven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris,
As Secretary of the Interior, it is your duty to see that the department carries out its mission to protect and manage our nation's natural resources and cultural heritage. If you are ordered by the president to act in a manner that is counter to the department's mission or to the Constitution, such as drilling in Bear Ears National Monument, will you do as the president asks? Because he wants to drill in that monument.
Well, Senator, of course, as part of my sworn duty, I'll follow the law and follow the Constitution, and so you can count on that. And I have not heard of anything about President Trump wanting to do anything
Well, he certainly
other
wants to.
than advancing energy production for the benefit of the American people.
We all know
legal
that
way.
the president wants to drill, baby, drill. And in your testimony, you say that he has a energy dominance vision. So I would ask you that should you be confirmed that you will have these kinds of matters that you'll have to decide. Are you going to drill in a monument? Are you going to protect our natural resources? Or are you going to drill, baby, drill? So I raise that as a concern with you going forward. Compacts of free association. Last year, Congress renewed our compacts of free association, and that comes within the purview of Interior. It involves Palau, Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands. I would like to get your commitment to implement the new compacts of free association in accordance with the bipartisan law that was enacted last year.
Well, Senator, these Pacific Islands, in addition to the three that you mentioned that are part of the compact, but also the others that are under the insular areas of Interior, are all critically important to national security for the United States of America. All of them have important military implications. All of these are places where U.S. sailors fought and died during World War II. And with the aggression that China is showing in the Pacific, it's more important that we support them more than ever. I know that Hawaii plays an important role, including in things like with medical care for those residents of those islands, and I think it's important that the federal government does its share as opposed to putting the load on the state.
Thank you. It sounds as though you have familiarity with the compacts, for which I am gratified. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. As part of my responsibilities to ensure the fitness of nominees before any of the committees on which I sit, I asked the following two initial questions. First is, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator, I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
I have not.
We received your testimony late yesterday, and you noted that, and quote, President Trump's energy dominance vision will end wars abroad, end quote. And President Trump has directed you to expand oil and gas drilling on a massive scale, which will lead to increased burning of fossil fuels. Now, the scientific consensus is that burning fossil fuels is a primary human cause of climate change. In 2017, then Secretary of Defense James Mattis, appointed by then President Trump, told the Senate Armed Services Committee that, quote, climate change is impacting stability in areas of the world where our troops are operating, end quote. In 2014, Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel said that climate change is a critical national security threat and a threat multiplier. Now, these are two secretaries of defense. They know something about war. Were you aware that they testified before the Senate Armed Services Committee on a number of times that burning more fossil fuel is actually going to not result in the end of wars, but could very well exacerbate and cause wars? Were you aware of this testimony?
Senator, no, I'm not aware of that specific testimony, but I do know that, that within fossil fuels, the concern has been about emissions, and within emissions, we have the technology to do things like carbon capture to eliminate harmful emissions.
Well, the fact of the matter is that you have military leaders who acknowledge that climate change is a major issue. And for you to take the position that, that you're going to engage in active actions that will result in the burning of more fossil fuel, it's troubling. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for testifying today. Professor McCord, I'd like to ask you about January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Can you succinctly define domestic terrorism?
Domestic terrorism under the United States Code is a crime, an act of violence that is a crime under federal or state law that is done with the attempt to influence a policy of government through intimidation or coercion.
Based on that definition, were some of the acts committed on January 6th acts of domestic terrorism?
Certainly the acts of violence that violate the criminal code do seem to have appeared for many of the people based on their own statements. Many of the defendants in cases that are being prosecuted, they seem to have been done to influence the policy of the government, and specifically to not certify the electoral college ballots on January 6th.
Yesterday, Ms. Bondi refused to disavow President Trump calling the insurrectionists hostages and patriots. What effect would President Trump's pardoning of these criminals have on our country? What is the message if that were to happen?
Senator, I believe it would have an enormous impact on the criminal legal system, and I would say also on our judiciary. In fact, I published a piece about that this morning in The Atlantic. We have our federal judges here appointed by Republicans, Democrats, and President Trump himself, who uniformly have condemned the crimes of those who have been convicted due to their attack on the U.S. Capitol. That anything close to a blanket pardon, which is what has been suggested but not promised by Donald Trump, without individual consideration of cases, would severely undermine these federal judges and undermine the criminal legal system.
We know, and this has come up with one of my colleagues, we know from the disastrous Supreme Court immunity decision that President Trump pretty much has a free pass to do what he wants. An unfettered president is even more dangerous if the Department of Justice is not independent. So based on your extensive experience at the DOJ, are there warning signs that we should watch for to signal that the DOJ has lost its independence?
Senator, I think as we've seen sometimes in the past, that when there are concerns among the career prosecutors and law enforcement officials at the department who have responsibility over investigations and cases, when they have felt pressured, many of them have actually resigned. We saw that during the first Trump administration with respect to some of the prosecutions involving Michael Flynn and Roger Stone.
So I take it that people resigning is one indication that all is not well, that independence is maybe not what's in practice. I'm just wondering, if we were to ask the Attorney General if the President ordered you or suggested or hinted that you go after his perceived political enemies, would the Attorney General be able to cite attorney-client privilege and not respond to us?
I don't want to give a legal opinion on that, Senator. I do think that that is the type of pressure that we are looking to an Attorney General to stand up to from the White House, and I certainly want to take Ms. Bondi at her word when she, under oath yesterday, said she would exercise independence.
Well, the thing is, what's deeply concerning about Ms. Bondi is that she is very loyal to President-elect Trump, and he demands 100% loyalty of all of his people. So yesterday, Ms. Bondi could not say that President Biden had won the election in 2020. That is a basic fact. And I think that it was her loyalty to President-elect Trump that basically made it hard for her, impossible, for her to say that President Biden had won the election. So that is concerning. Based on what we heard yesterday, I'm very concerned that if confirmed, Attorney General Bondi will say yes if and when Trump asks her to do something illegal. And the thing is that not much of what President-elect Trump will do is going to be deemed illegal because of the Supreme Court's disastrous immunity decision. So I'm really struggling with how are we to know that all is not well in terms of the independence of the DOJ. One thing would be if they adopt a policy, or if the president adopts a policy that he will not order the DOJ around, even if this incoming president has said the Justice Department is basically his law firm. So if you have any further suggestions aside from people actually resigning to indicate that the kind of independence we are looking for is not being followed, I would welcome that.
Yes, and Senator
you, Mr.
Hirono, your
Chairman.
time is up. Thank
Please
you.
respond.
Thank you.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. As part of my responsibilities to ensure the fitness of nominees before any of the committees on which I sit, I asked the following two initial questions. First is, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator, I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
I have not.
We received your testimony late yesterday, and you noted that, and quote, President Trump's energy dominance vision will end wars abroad, end quote. And President Trump has directed you to expand oil and gas drilling on a massive scale, which will lead to increased burning of fossil fuels. Now, the scientific consensus is that burning fossil fuels is a primary human cause of climate change. In 2017, then Secretary of Defense James Mattis, appointed by then President Trump, told the Senate Armed Services Committee that, quote, climate change is impacting stability in areas of the world where our troops are operating, end quote. In 2014, Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel said that climate change is a critical national security threat and a threat multiplier. Now, these are two secretaries of defense. They know something about war. Were you aware that they testified before the Senate Armed Services Committee on a number of times that burning more fossil fuel is actually going to not result in the end of wars, but could very well exacerbate and cause wars? Were you aware of this testimony?
Senator, no, I'm not aware of that specific testimony, but I do know that, that within fossil fuels, the concern has been about emissions, and within emissions, we have the technology to do things like carbon capture to eliminate harmful emissions.
No, the fact of the matter is that you have military leaders who acknowledge that climate change is a major issue. And for you to take the position that that you're going to engage in active actions that will result in the burning of more fossil fuel, it's troubling. As Secretary of the Interior, it is your duty to see that the department carries out its mission to protect and manage our nation's natural resources and cultural heritage. If you are ordered by the President to act in a manner that is counter to the department's mission or to the Constitution, such as drilling in Bear Ears National Monument, will you do as the President asks? Because he wants to drill in that monument.
Well, Senator, of course, as part of my sworn duty, I'll follow the law and follow the Constitution, and so you can count on that. And I have not heard of any anything about President Trump wanting to do anything
Well,
other than advancing energy production for the benefit of the American people.
we all know that the President wants to drill, baby, drill. And in your testimony, you say that he has a energy dominance vision. So I would ask you that should you be confirmed that you will have these kinds of matters that you'll have to decide, are you going to drill in a monument? Are you going to protect our natural resources? Or are you going to drill, baby, drill? So I raise that as a concern with you going forward. Compacts of free association. Last year, Congress renewed our Compacts of Free Association, and that comes within the purview of Interior. It involves Palau, Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands. I would like to get your commitment to implement the new Compacts of Free Association in accordance with the bipartisan law that was enacted last year.
Well, Senator, these Pacific Islands, in addition to the three that you mentioned that are part of the compact, but also the others that are under the insular areas of Interior, are all critically important to national security for the United States of America. All of them have important military implications. All of these are places where U.S. sailors fought and died during World War II. And with the aggression that China is showing in the Pacific, it's more important that we support them more than ever. I know that Hawaii plays an important role, including in things like with medical care for those residents of those islands, and I think it's important that the federal government does its share as opposed to putting the load on the state.
Thank you. It sounds as though you have familiarity with the compacts, for which I am gratified. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your nomination, as part of my responsibilities to ensure the fitness of any nominee who comes before any of my committees, I ask the following two initial questions. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No, I have not.
I would just like to note that Hawaii also does not have a full-service VA hospital, and like Alaska, has access issues with 7 inhabited islands and veterans living on all of them. So those are all issues that, we're going to need to continue to address. Congressman, you are very close to President Trump, both as a member of the House and since that time. Under what circumstances would you say no to a request or order from President Trump?
Senator, we're dealing in hypotheticals of saying this president would actually ask me to do something illegal. I'm not going to a hypothetical because this president has put veterans first. He's not going to ask me to do anything illegal or outside the current of the law. And I think the question implies something that's not happened, and I don't need to worry about a hypothetical.
Excuse me, I think we need to make sure where, what your priorities are, and you're saying that you will not say yes to an illegal, what you consider an illegal order. Next
Senator-
question. During your time in public life, you have been very outspoken against pregnant people's right to their own reproductive choices. In the role of secretary, you would be overseeing care for veterans and their loved ones across the entire ideological spectrum. Would you rescind the interim final rule enacted under the Biden administration that allows VA to provide abortion counseling and abortions in the case of rape, incest, or where the life or health of the veteran would be endangered?
Thank you, Senator. As we just discussed this just a moment ago, the VA Act in 1992 specifically forbid the VA from doing abortions.
Well,
I
you
plan
do,
on- I
excuse
plan
me.
on-
Let me just
Senator-
clarify something for you.
Senator, I'll be happy
You
to
refer
answer your
to a
question.
law that actually is being pretty much clarified by this interim final rule. And there is, as you know, debate regarding what the law allows. I believe the law allows this rule to be enacted. And my question to you is whether you would rescind this interim rule that would allow the providing of abortions
And Senators, I was
to
trying.
veterans who, under circumstances of rape, incest, or where her life is endangered. Would you rescind the rule?
Senators, I was answering your question. We will look at this rule and see if it complies with the law. As you just said in your own answer, it is a debatable issue. We're going to look at it and make sure that the VA is following the law.
Well, of course, if you provide these kinds of services, you are providing all the veterans the full level the full range of care for reproductive services as needed, regardless of your ideological position.
Senator, my ideological position is based in the law, and I will follow the law in this regard. And if your question is, I would have loved to have sat down and talked with you before this hearing, and we could have explained this because I believe the law is clear.
Asking you under oath, do you believe that world-class care, quoting you, includes a full range of reproductive services?
I believe that the range of care provided at the VA is following the law and the intent of this body as it is set forth in the law.
And if the way you interpret the law will disallow services to 2 million women veterans in the U.S., including 13,000 in Hawaii, you would do so. That's what you just testified.
As that I have just testified, and looking at this, I will take a look at where the law stands. And as you also testified in your questioning, you said it has been a debatable topic that was just changed 2 years ago.
Well, I certainly hope
And we
that
will
you
look at
would
that, and I
interpret
will-
there is a rule that actually interprets the
I
law in a
understand the rule.
particular way, and you're saying that it all depends.
I understand the ruling.
VS has and you're not responding to whether or not you will rescind that rule, which provides care for thousands of female veterans.
Senator, I'm
VA
trying
has
to
over
attempt to answer your question.
450,000 employees and contracts with hundreds of thousands of private providers across the country. Can you explain what roles you have held that would have prepared you for leading such a large organization?
I'd love to, Senator. I have been a part of this body in which I have actually overseen and working through votes and working through bills that actually affect the VA's operation from a day-to-day operation. I understand the policy of the VA intimately by being a member just like you. I've also spent time in the military working with many individuals and currently serve at the Warner Robins Air Force Base in Africa Command of our chaplain's office with over 656 personnel working across different MAGCOMs, handling personnel decisions. I've also been a leader in many other ways, and I believe that leadership is how you deal with this. You deal with leadership and putting good people in good positions to make sure that you have
Thank
a
you.
workforce that knows that they have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aloha, everyone. I want to thank Congresswoman Omar for her leadership on this and so many other issues that are important to our communities. And I'm glad to stand here, not just with her, but with my other colleagues from the House. We all know that President Trump is going after immigrants. He's made it very plain day after day. And as Bishop Buddy said in her recent sermon at the National Cathedral, refugees, families, and even children from immigrant communities are fearful of Trump's mass deportation plans. And I was told that workplaces and other places where immigrants gather, they're not gathering so much anymore because of this tremendous fear. Donald Trump will use his powers to invoke the archaic Alien Enemies Act, a law that has only been used 3 times in the history of our country, during a time when we were at war. And as Congresswoman Orma noted, particularly for those of us of Asian extraction during World War II and the internment of Japanese Americans. And even though the Alien Enemies Act requires that our country be at war, or that another country is actually invading our country, I think those are niceties that President Trump will ignore as he invokes the Alien Enemies Act. So, you know, what he intends to do is scaring our communities because, frankly, any undocumented person can be accused of being part of a criminal gang, and they will be deported without any due process. So let me read some of the things that President Trump has said. Recently, when asked about families with mixed immigration status, there are many mixed status families, but some are U.S. citizens, some are not, some are undocumented. Trump said he doesn't want to break up families, and the only way to keep them together is to send them all back, deport them all. He also said, when a conservative commentator said that Trump would, quote, declare a national emergency, unquote, and, quote, use military assets, end quote, to lead a mass deportation program, Trump replied, true. He is not fooling around. He will use whatever tools he has to deport immigrants. And by weaponizing this ancient law, as I said, just note this, any immigrant can be accused of association with gangs and cartels, and they will be deported without due process of law. So our Neighbors, Not Enemies Act would repeal this xenophobic law and affirm that, as Bishop Buddy said, the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. I'm proud to be a sponsor of this legislation in the Senate, and we will continue to fight back even as our communities of immigrants remain in fear.
Look forward to that confirmation. And who is on? Senator Hirono? You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me and probably many other Democratic members of this committee, there were concerns going into Ms. Bondi's hearing that she would not have the independence necessary to be the Attorney General. Indeed, if confirmed, she will be the Attorney General to a president who expects 100% loyalty from his nominees. The question is whether she will have the strength to stand up to a president who views the office of the Attorney General this way, quote, I have the absolute right to do what I want with the Justice Department. Unfortunately, Ms. Bondi's answers to questions did not convince me that she will be independent. For example, I asked her if she agreed with the president's characterization of January 6 felons as hostages and patriots. She refused to answer. Meanwhile, the president, we know, has pardoned all of these violent felons. I asked her in writing how she would resolve a conflict between a request from President Trump and her duty to the Constitution. She provided no response and left the answer blank. This refusal to even try to answer the question told me a lot. We have already seen in the 9 days since he took office that President Trump has little regard for the law. He issued a blatantly unconstitutional order on birthright citizenship. He has ignored statutory protections by purporting to fire inspectors general and agency board members. And he put an illegal hold on billions in federal funds and grants to states and local governments that provide support for our families, children, and seniors. We need an attorney general who will tell him when his actions would break the law. Ms. Bondi will not be that person, so I cannot support her nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to touch on something that's been on my mind lately, and I will tie it back to this hearing. We have seen a wholesale attack and assault in the past 2 weeks by President Trump on the value of diversity. Through his executive orders, he is seeking to dismantle over 60 years of work to promote equal opportunity in the federal government. His pronouncements have gotten so bad that apparently the Defense Intelligence Agency issued a memo 2 days ago that it would no longer commemorate Martin Luther King Day, Women's History Month, Holocaust Day of Remembrance, or Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and so on. Why is there such a fear of people who are different? In Hawaii, we celebrate diversity and know that it gives us strength. It is part of what makes Hawaii and America great. Mr. Patel, earlier you shared some deplorable racist rhetoric that had been used against you. As someone who has also been the recipient of this sort of hateful language, I am deeply sympathetic. I also note, Mr. Patel, that in the past you have recognized the value of diversity. Back when you were in law school, you signed on to an amicus brief in the Grither case, supporting consideration of race in law school admissions. I hope that joining the Trump administration will not cause you to change your views on the value of diversity. Reflecting on this hearing, it is sad that we are considering Mr. Patel's nomination despite his gross inadequacy to do the job of FBI director fairly and objectively. Yet there is no question that much pressure has been brought to bear on my Republican colleagues to support this nomination. For example, a man named Mike Davis has been threatening my Republican colleagues. He said that this vote was a red line, that if Senate Republicans don't vote to confirm Mr. Patel, his organization, a group called the Article 3 Project, would make their lives a living hell. I certainly hope that all of us will base our vote on your nomination on the best interest, who can work in the best interest of our country, and not based on this sort of pressure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fraud and the denial of voting rights. So being able to separate fact from conspiracy theories around elections is an important thing for the FBI director. I have a question to see if you can do that. Mr. Patel, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 presidential election? Yes or no?
President Biden's election was certified. He was sworn in and he served as the president of the United States.
Once again, the people who are 100% loyal to President Trump cannot answer that question. It is alarming that you want to be an FBI director who can answer a simple question, factual question. During a 2023 interview with Steve Bannon, you said, quote, "We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about the American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections." There's your quote. Do you still plan to come after the free press?
Not unless private citizens have been defamed. That's their right.
You said that you would be going after the media. So I want to know whether you plan to do that, go after the free media.
I can't go after the media for other people. That's a decision they have.
So I would say that that was a statement that you made that is pretty chilling to the free media. So I didn't hear a no that you would not go after them. You currently serve on the board of directors for the Trump Media Technology Group, which owns the social media platform Truth Social. If confirmed as FBI director, will you resign from this position and end all ties with the Trump Media and Technology Group?
Yes, Senator, as I've stated to you in writing.
Over the last 2 years, the FBI has dedicated resources to Operation Not Forgotten, which works to address violent crime in Indian country. Mm-hmm. If confirmed as FBI director, would you continue the important work of Operation Not Forgotten?
I've made that commitment to many of your colleagues who have tribal issues and tribal crimes plaguing their communities, and I'll make that commitment to you as well, Senator.
My time is almost up, but I would like to note that on the many questions asked about the choir, the J6 choir, it included at least 5 men who pled guilty to assaulting police officers. And these are the people whose record this nominee promotes. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Thank you for respecting that time. We're going to hear from Senator Hirono now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked the following 2 initial questions of all nominees before any of my committees, so I will ask you, starting with Mr. Sauer, and we'll just go right down the line. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No.
No.
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No.
No, Senator.
I have not, Senator.
I would like to state with regard to Mr. Rice that, for the record, that in 2023, during impeachment proceedings against Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, a Texas Ranger testified that there were, quote, many complaints of sexual harassment by female employees, end quote, about Mr. Rice when he worked in the Texas Attorney General's office. And I will have further questions for the record regarding these complaints. For Ms. Dillon, relating to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, I think that your position is that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act requires actual discrimination and basically discriminatory intent before it will be deemed unconstitutional under Section 2. Is that correct? Is that your view of Section 2, Voting Rights Act?
I would say, to generalize, yes, it is.
So that means that unless there's discriminatory intent, unless, say, state legislature says, yes, we are about to enact legislation that will discriminate against a group, you do not think that Section 2 applies?
I disagree with your characterization, Senator. There are many ways to prove intent other than a blanket statement from a state legislature. And
Ms. Rice, let me mention that under President Trump's Attorney General, Merrick Garland, they've filed a number of lawsuits under Section 2. For example, a law prohibiting civil groups from providing food or water to people who are standing in line to vote. There was no discriminatory intent. Would you have filed that lawsuit against that law?
Senator, I haven't had the opportunity to study all of the facts underlying those prosecutions by the Biden Department of Justice.
Well, excuse me, Merrick Garland also filed a lawsuit under Section 2 state law limiting counties' use of absentee ballot drop boxes. So there are a number of these kinds of voting rights laws that the states enacted after Shelby County, and in fact, 13 states very immediately passed all kinds of laws that made it a lot tougher to vote. So I'm just wondering, how are you going to decide which ones to go after? I mean, these obviously have the effect of discrimination against certain groups, making it harder for them to vote. How would you decide which of these kinds of voting rights laws enacted by states without, the obvious smoking gun?
Well, Senator, I have to disagree with the premise of your question that all of these measures that Georgia and other states took to improve confidence of all citizens in voting, in fact, had any form of discriminatory impact.
Excuse me, I only have a minute. I mean, obviously, there is disagreement. That is the crux, isn't it, as to whether or not these laws actually have an anti-discriminatory effect, and you obviously do not think so. For Mr. Wrights, you stated in one of your many tweets, in fact, there are thousands of tweets that you deleted before your nomination, and we could go over some of them. They're quite astounding, but one of them said, birthright citizenship is not a thing. Is birthright citizenship in the Constitution? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Thank you, Senator Hirono. I think that there are reasonable debates to be had about the meaning and application and scope of what is commonly called birthright citizenship in the 14th Amendment.
Well, actually, since it's been 130 years where this particular provision has been deemed to confer birthright citizenship, and not in the way that President Trump views it, and apparently not you. So when we start talking about, the rule of law and that you all would follow the rule of law, I do wonder what constitutes rule of law in your mind, because after President Trump issued all of his executive orders, some 70 lawsuits have been filed challenging the legality of his executive orders. So legality is often in the minds and eyes of the beholder. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. We'll turn to Senator Britt.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just want to say congratulations to each and every one of you.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. No doubt Mr. Phelan is now quite aware of your views on this issue, and they make a lot of sense. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to you and your family. I asked the following two foundational questions relevant to fitness to serve of every nominee before any of my committees. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator, I've not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator, I've not.
Mr. Phelan, I represent Hawaii, which is the locale for INDOPACOM, the largest AOR critical to our nation's defense. I'm glad that you testified that politics should not enter into how the DOD is run, and of course the Navy, but we have Elon Musk with his chainsaw cutting government programs and eliminating positions without any transparency or criteria. Do you think this approach will hurt Navy strength and readiness?
Thank you for the question, Senator Hirono.
That is a yes or no answer, please.
It's a hypothetical question. I don't actually know what DOGE is doing and how they're doing it. I'm not privy to that, so I can't really.
Okay, that's kind of amazing because you're going to lead the Navy, and not to insult you or anything, but I don't think you need a lot of information to conclude that a slash and burn approach to programs and personnel is the way to go. In 2021, a massive and devastating leak at the Red Hill Fuel Storage Facility contaminated Oahu's drinking water. 93,000 people were affected. They had to move to hotels. Some of them left the state altogether. And it certainly hurt the military's reputation, although it was actually a naval facility. But for the people of Hawaii, they don't need to make a distinction between something that the Navy was responsible for versus the Army or Air Force or the Marines. So it's taking a lot to rebuild the community's confidence in our Navy. So ultimately, the senior DoD leaders made the correct decision to defuel, and permanently close the facility, a complicated, as you can imagine, ongoing effort being led by the Navy's closure task force. And it's scheduled to complete in 2028. I would like to get your commitment to see through the completion of the transparent closure of Red Hill, which involves not only providing the adequate resources and manpower, but also close collaboration with the state government officials and the Hawaiian community to restore trust and faith in the military.
Thank you, Senator. I know this is an issue very important to you. I'm committed to a full review of the issues at Red Hill as related to the people of Oahu and Pearl Harbor, and I'm committed to the Navy fixing the issues that the Navy is responsible for.
I think seeing this project or seeing this issue through is going to be one of the major ways that you are going to be able to restore faith. The Navy is currently building a critical new dry dock at Pearl Harbor to support Virginia-class attack submarine maintenance. And this construction project is the largest in DoD history at nearly $4.5 billion, but has been beset by significant cost overruns, including an $834 million, that's not very far from $1 billion, increase just last year. I hope you are prepared to take steps to ensure that this dry dock project remains on time and on budget. And in fact, I included a provision in last year's NDAA directing the Secretary of the Navy, which would be you, should you be confirmed, to conduct briefings on steps being taken to prevent future cost overruns.
Senator, thank you for the question. I'm going to have to see a $4.5 billion dry dock. That's something seems quite astronomical to me, and if confirmed, I look forward to seeing it there and hopefully visiting with you there to see it. And you do have my commitment to getting my arms
Yes,
around
I think
this.
that it is going to be very critical that we don't keep getting the kind of increases that happened just about 2 weeks after I was at the opening, wherein I said, I hope that this is going to come in on budget. And next thing you know, it's $1 billion more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. And Mr. Phelan, let me just say that that type of overrun.
Without risk,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, Senator. 100%.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Feinberg, welcome to you and your family. I asked the following two initial questions of all nominees before any of my committees to address the fitness to serve. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No.
Now, the DoD will need to cut some 8% off its budget, and again, we wonder how that happens when at the same time other parts of the budget is being increased. But a lot of those cuts, I think, will come from the workforce, which I think we acknowledge is a critical part of our readiness. So here we see that some 5,400 people have already been or will soon be let go from DoD. And these are people who are in probationary status. These are not people getting ready to retire. In fact, across the many departments, people on probation are being let go, 1,000 in DOJ, 250 in SBA. So these are cuts that are happening across the board, not based on any analysis of impact. And there are some 55,000 people on probation within the DOD, and I think the expectation is that many of them will be also let go. There are some 350 people in probationary status at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. And so these are critical people in our shipyards, as also mentioned by my colleague, Senator Shaheen. So since all of these cuts are being made without any kind of analysis, don't you have a concern about our ability to, that these cuts will have an impact on readiness?
Well, most of the substantial cuts that they're talking about are yet to happen.
Yes, as I mentioned, though, they're happening in those in the probationary status. These are people who just got hired, who are just being trained to serve.
Yeah, so, I've spent a career in restructuring companies and dealing with these workforce issues. If I can get through confirmation, I do think I can add some real value, working with the Secretary, of course, in the process to do that properly, fairly, with the right people. Every organization goes through some turnover when you have really needs to improve. Initially, it's difficult, but the top people will step up, and it can be ultimately improving the culture.
As I mentioned, these are not based on any kind of analysis that you would normally do in the civilian sector, which you are very familiar with. I hardly think that in your business you would just start getting rid of people across the board, especially new hires who presumably went through the process of vetting. Now, regarding the concerns about the purging of senior military officers, I too have the concern. Let me just ask you a series of questions that I expect either a yes or no answer. Do you believe it is important that senior military officers be able to provide their best military advice regardless of politics and without fear of reprisal?
Yes.
Do you believe that it is important that uniformed JAG officers feel free to provide their best legal advice on the fair administration of military justice and compliance with the law of armed conflict?
Yes.
Do you believe in the independence of the inspectors general to root out fraud, waste, and abuse?
Yes.
We are concerned about the summary cuts to USAID, and we're talking about thousands of people who were providing services to not just very important to our own country, but obviously to our allies. Mr. Feinberg, do you agree that gutting USAID funding and personnel endangers our interests around the globe, especially in the Indo-Pacific?
I don't know. I don't have all the facts and knowledge about USAID and what the considerations were in making those decisions, but I do trust the Secretary and the President's judgment on that.
Wouldn't you say that if you were a country or including island nations who receive USAID funds, this kind of cut would be shocking and would have negative impacts on their economy and their people?
Thank you very much, Senator
I'd say the answer has to be yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Feinberg, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to visit.
Member Senator Hirono for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and General Reed, it's good to see you. Thank you very much for your service. Senator Sullivan, it's good to continue our work on this subcommittee, this time you as chair and me as ranking, so we will continue our efforts together. General Reed, thank you for your service to our nation, and I thank the service members under your command around the globe conducting missions even as we speak. TRANSCOM plays a critical role in the movement of people, supplies, and equipment anywhere in the world. Your command remains the backbone of our military to ensure the joint force remains agile and responsive. However, as the landscape for logistics continues to evolve, we must adapt to the new reality and full spectrum of emerging threats, ranging from cyber attacks to kinetic strikes on ports and airfields, and we need to recognize that contested logistics will be a battlefield in itself. Fortunately, the Air Force is currently taking steps to modernize its aerial refueling fleet, shifting toward a new tanker design that can operate in contested environments. The blended wing body, BWB aircraft, is a promising solution offering 90% more range, upwards of 50% more fuel efficiency, 80% more fuel offboard capability for sortie generations, takes up to 40% less space on airfields, flies 2,000 feet higher, and requires less landing and a takeoff distance. All I can say is wow and very impressive. We have to make it happen. Beyond these critical benefits, the blended wing body design would save at least $900 million per year on fuel. $900 million. In the short term, 3D printed micro vanes on transport aircraft reduce drag, pay for itself in just 7 months, and yield a few percentages on fuel as well. While that may not sound like much at first glance, the DoD spends over $10 billion each year on operational energy costs. To be clear, investing in operational energy programs is not just about cost savings. It directly enhances our lethality, readiness, and ability to sustain operations in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Unfortunately, the TRANSCOM assets have been recently used in a very inefficient manner and at great cost to the Department of Defense, all for, in my view, political show. The use of C-17s and C-130s to transport some 5,000 migrants at 3 times the cost of DHS chartered flights, and the DoD electing to do so on a non-reimbursable basis is not only inefficient, but also detracts from our core military mission. Just last year, the Department of Homeland Security removed over 685,000 individuals without DoD assistance, the largest amount of people since 2011. Obviously, during the Biden years that DHS managed to do this. Yet the DoD has opted to fly at least 3 times to India, each trip costing taxpayers over $2.5 million, and at least one of which tasked a refueling tanker to fly from New Jersey to Honolulu, only to return the next day. Beyond the questionable legal basis under which this is occurring, I want to know who is making the decision to fly in such an inefficient and costly manner. There was a time when my Republican counterparts would object to DoD writing a blank check to do the job of another government agency. TRANSCOM must remain focused on strategic mobility and not burdened with missions that are outside its intended purpose. TRANSCOM would be far better off returning to its rightful focus on contested logistics. Because energy security remains a critical challenge, our forces in the Indo-Pacific, for example, at Kwajalein Atoll, rely on vulnerable fuel shipments. In the event of conflict, these fuel supply lines would be prime targets for our adversaries. A more resilient energy strategy incorporating distributed energy assets and more efficient technologies is essential for maintaining operational effectiveness. TRANSCOM is a key pillar of our national security, but we must ensure that it remains focused on its core mission. whether by modernizing our tanker fleet or strengthening contested logistic capabilities, we must make the right investments and policy decisions. So General Reed, again, I thank you for your leadership. Look forward to your testimony.
Mr. President, with great honor, I stand before you. As you know, I've been in this chamber for 10 weeks, and it's one of the greatest honors of my life to represent the people of Ohio here in the United States Senate. It's especially an honor because I wasn't born in this country. I was born in Bogota, Colombia. My mom and dad moved myself, my sister, and my 5 brothers to America to find a different opportunity, a better opportunity. We are part of a long line of immigrants that have come to this country to make this country stronger and to make this country better and to live our version of the American dream. We know what happened, Mr. President, over the last 4 years at our southern border. It was a total and complete disgrace. It's a disgrace not just because of the unlimited amount of people that came into this country, almost 10 million encounters over a 4-year period, but it's a disgrace because that's not how we should welcome people to this nation. We should not have people who want to come to America pay a drug cartel to smuggle them across Mexico, raped along the way, beaten along the way, every last cent that they have robbed from them and their families, and then smuggled into the country, and then charged even more money when they think the journey's over. In some cases, the people come into the interior of the country and have to pay back enormous sums of money so that cartel members don't come into the country and find them and kill them or kill their family members back home. That's no way to have people come to this country. Now, if you look at this chart, it's a very famous chart because President Trump referred to it at his rally. You can see immigration is not a new issue in this country. We've had a problem for a long, long time. President Trump took office, and he put in place right here an executive order. And what that executive order did is it said, hey, you can only claim asylum at a legal port of entry. So if you cross the river, if you scale a wall, if you go through a tunnel, you can't claim asylum once you get to the other side. Because as we know, asylum is for refugees, people who are fleeing dangerous situations because of their race, their religion, or their political beliefs. So when he put that in place, look what happened, Mr. President. A total collapse of border encounters. Now, President Trump left office. Joe Biden rescinded that executive order, and we saw what happened. Massive spike in illegal crossings, devastating our Border Patrol agents. Our Border Patrol agents were totally outmanned. They were completely overwhelmed and unable to do their jobs. Now, in a political season, Joe Biden put in place the exact same executive order. What did that executive order say? You can only claim asylum at a legal port of entry. If you enter through a non-designated port of entry, you're immediately returned. And look what happened. Another massive drop. Now here, President Trump took office and is now actively returning anybody who comes through in a non-designated port of entry. And we're down to 8,326 border crossings in 1 month. At the peak of Biden, that number was almost 350,000. We didn't have to pass a law. We didn't have to hire new Border Patrol agents. We didn't need new equipment. We honestly didn't even need more wall. We needed better policy. Mr. President, I campaigned to run for the United States Senate for 2 years. And during that 2-year period of time, I drove to every corner of my incredible state. I drove to every corner of Ohio. And to a man or a woman, the voters would tell me, please go down to Washington, D.C. and do something. The American people want to have faith and confidence that their leaders are actually able to come together and accomplish legislation that's purely common sense. So I present to you, Mr. President, today, a very simple bill. Very simple bill. We don't have to boil the ocean. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's very simple. It says If you're an asylum seeker, you must file a claim for asylum at a legal port of entry. If you're going to come to America and you're seeking asylum, do it at a legal port of entry. No release of asylum applicants into the interior of the country. We're going to follow the law. We're going to have them wait in the prior country, and in 180 days, which is currently the law, which is being violated, sometimes it's 5 or 6 years, but they wait until their asylum claim is heard. There's no second chance. Once we've identified that you have a fake asylum claim, then you can no longer claim asylum ever again. And anyone who entered the U.S. illegally is banned from claiming asylum. We welcome people in our homes every day. We don't let people break through our windows to come see us, because that's insane. Now, I know that my Democrat colleagues are in a mode where they want to fight everything that we're doing, Mr. President, but we should at least come together on this. And as I look over at my Democrat colleague, there's only two of us in this entire chamber that are naturalized U.S. citizens. We know firsthand what it means to be able to be accepted by this country. 98 were born here, 2 of us were not. We became citizens of this country, and we got the ultimate opportunity to represent this country in the United States Senate. Let's come together one time and show the American people we don't have to fight about everything. We can actually accomplish common sense legislation. Let's put in code. Let's put in legislation those executive orders that not once, not twice, but 3 times has been proven to reduce border encounters. I can't imagine that my Democrat colleagues will fight this. And I hope, as somebody who's been here for 10 weeks, as opposed to my colleagues, some of them have been here for 2 or 3 decades, fail to understand that the American people are watching. The American people want to have a Senate and a House and a government that can actually do something that matters a lot to them. So I will yield to my Democrat colleague from Hawaii, and I implore you, let's show leadership together, you and I. Let's show this leadership and get a very, very simple bill accomplished. And I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S-200 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, I ask that the bill be considered read a 3rd time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. My colleague claims that this bill will reform our broken asylum system. As the other naturalized citizen in this body, I object. And we actually passed comprehensive immigration reform out of this Senate in 2013. And I was one of the senators who worked on that bipartisan bill, but when the bill got to the House, it didn't pass. So we are here once again. And more recently, there was a bipartisan immigration bill that was about to be brought to the Senate, and everything was set to go until the current president decided that he would much rather this issue continue to not be addressed, so there you go. We can all agree that our immigration and asylum systems need reforms, but I have serious concerns about this legislation. My colleague has stated that this bill is intended to prevent those who come to the United States in between ports of entry from applying for asylum. But as it is drafted, this bill eliminates the section of the law that allows people present in the United States to apply for asylum. This means that it would prevent anyone, even those who have lawful status, from applying inside the United States. Instead, they would have to travel to a port of entry. This bill would also require that anyone, including families, seeking asylum at a port of entry be arrested and held in custody for the entire time their request is pending, and it could take quite a long time, using taxpayer money to detain them. I certainly agree with my colleague that we need to do more to address our immigration court backlog, which includes many asylum cases, and improve our asylum system, but this legislation would not address these concerns. Let me give you an example. This bill would prevent a Ukrainian fleeing Russian aggression who entered lawfully from applying for asylum from within the United States. It would force them to travel with their families to a port of entry to apply for asylum. They would then be detained with their children while they wait for their application to be processed. These are individuals who have work permits and are contributing to our economy and society every day. They came here lawfully. How does making them leave and seek asylum at a port of entry improve our system? It doesn't. Here's the reality. This bill and the recent actions by the Trump administration are not focused on truly addressing problems with our asylum system. If the Trump administration was serious about improving our asylum system, why did they recently fire nearly 24 impartial immigration judges without cause or notice? They fired military veterans and expert judges who had experience processing immigration cases effectively. With a backlog of over 3.6 million immigration cases, you heard me right, 3.6 million immigration cases, we need more immigration judges, not less. But the current leadership at the Executive Office of Immigration Review, which oversees immigration courts, has said they plan to fire more judges. Exactly the wrong thing to do. This is no way to address our broken immigration system. I urge you Republicans to set aside this misguided bill and to stop taking a chainsaw to our federal workforce, including immigration judges. Believe me, this chainsaw approach to what is going on in our federal government, if the administration wanted to create fear and chaos, if that is their aim, they are succeeding mightily. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us in good faith to work on the truly comprehensive bipartisan immigration reforms we so desperately need. For these reasons, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President?
The senator from Ohio.
If I could just go back and just reiterate a couple points for my colleague. The executive order went in, border crossings dropped. President Biden put in place the exact same executive order that in effect is this exact legislation. Border crossings dropped. I have a question. I'm confused by my colleague's explanation about the Ukrainian refugees. If they're coming from Ukraine and they're entering through a legal port of entry, that's when they would claim asylum. I don't think we have a scenario where we're asking Americans or legal residents to apply for asylum. Because if you're already in the interior of the country, that decision was already made. So if you're the Ukrainian family that you talked about, well, you claim asylum at the legal port of entry. The law says, which we're not following, this body refuses to enforce its own laws, is that we'll adjudicate that claim in 180 days. I absolutely never said they would be arrested. In fact, nothing in this bill mentions being arrested. What it says is they must wait in the prior safe country. So in the case of Ukraine, they can go to France, apply for asylum there, wait 180 days, and then we'll welcome them with open arms to America. The right way, the legal way. I hope my colleague is not hoping for a scenario where that Ukrainian family goes to Mexico City, pays a drug cartel member a few $1,000s and gets smuggled across the border, across a river with a family where the children, who knows what can happen to them. That's how you want refugees to come to this country? That doesn't even make any sense. There's nobody being arrested by this bill. There's nobody being detained by this bill. It's exactly the opposite. We're asking the refugee to wait in a prior safe country for 180 days, which is the law, and then once your claim is adjudicated, we welcome you with open arms. My colleague mentioned that there's 3.6 million cases backlog. That's true. It's a stunning and shameful number. What she doesn't mention is that 90+% of those cases, a judge rules once they get to it in 5 or 6 or 7 years that it's an invalid asylum claim. Doesn't mean that they're not economic migrants. Doesn't mean that there's somebody who may want to come to this country. But they're people who are clearly not refugees. Not my thoughts, the thoughts of immigration judges that are making this decision over and over again. But only in Washington, D.C. Only when you've been here so long that your head can't see straight. Do you think it's a better idea to have unlimited amounts of fake asylum claims, and the way you handle that, instead of changing the law, is to hire thousands of more judges to give the answer you already know, to waste taxpayer dollars that way? You know, that my colleagues talk about Republicans being on the side of billionaires. You know what billionaires the Democrats have created? The drug cartel members that are making billions of dollars smuggling people. I went to a border crossing in Del Rio, Texas. The Border Patrol agents let me come to right to the edge of the river. I saw 4 people come across, 2 men, 2 women. The minute they landed, they got on their knees and said, "Asilo, asilo," which is asylum in Spanish. I asked them if they knew what that meant. They said no, but that's what the drug cartel had told them to say the minute they landed in America. They're not refugees. Why are you making those Ukrainian families wait behind economic migrants claiming fake asylum claims? Look, this is what's wrong with Washington, D.C. This is an easy, obvious fix. The data proves it out. You put the bill, you put that law in place, border crossings drop. Trump, they put the exact executive order in place. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. On CBS just yesterday, Face the Nation. Wake up on a beautiful Sunday and turn on Face the Nation. Margaret Brennan asked Congressman Zawazi, I apologize if I pronounce his name wrong. Margaret Brennan says to the congressman, illegal border crossings, as we just discussed, they are at a historic low. President Trump made that point when he was addressing Congress this week. Was he right that he didn't need to wait for Congress? We didn't need comprehensive immigration reform. Was he right that it really was messaging for the White House beyond? This is what a Democrat from New York says. Well, obviously, keyword obviously, we've seen a reduction in crossings. Why is it obvious? Because we know this works. We know that if we make asylum only at a legal port of entry, 180 days to process, can't claim it if you cross illegally. We know, obviously, his words. Well, obviously, we've seen a reduction in crossings. We saw it under Biden at the end of his administration, after he did his executive order to say no asylum applications are between ports of entry. But we need to make it permanent law. Democrat member of the House of Representatives, we need to make it permanent law. I guess after 10 weeks in the United States Senate, I should expect that everything has to be hard. Everything has to be a battle. But I can tell you, people all over this country, the people who don't watch C-SPAN 24/7, the people that don't go on X and read every last debate between their elected members, they're just regular Americans that want to enjoy their lives, pay taxes, cannot understand why we can't come together on something so incredibly simple. So easy. Democrat president did it. Republican president did it. It works. This is not theoretical. And to my colleague, I don't want those Ukrainian refugees waiting behind millions of economic migrants. It's not fair to them. Why would we do that? I yield back.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I hear my colleague acknowledging that the asylum system is broken. My objections remain.
The senator from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S-200 and the bill be placed on the legislative calendar.
Is there an objection? The senator from Hawaii.
Reserving the right to object. For the reasons previously stated, I object.
The objection is heard.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get that a full-year CR is going to present some very unique challenges for all of our services, including our Space Force. So we will do what we can to help you all. Admiral Kilby, I recognize the need to build a larger fleet. However, I have significant concerns about the Navy's basically dismal track record of maintaining ships and submarines in the current fleet. We consistently see delays, increased costs, ships without adequate crew, a lack of spare parts, and other issues. General Mahoney, it seems clear that maintaining amphibious ships is not a top Navy priority, and I do understand Ms. Morrow said that the Navy and the Marines need to come to an agreement on how these amphibious ships will be maintained. But how do delays in the Marine Corps' amphibious ship maintenance impact your ability to train and deploy Marines, and how would you be better supported by, and how could you be better supported by the Navy?
Senator, thank you for the question. We are very concerned with the condition of the amphibious fleet and the availability of the amphibious fleet. This morning, I check it every morning, there were 13 of 32 amphibious ships available. In order to get to a goal of 3.0 MEUs, that is heel-to-toe MEUs, combined with their amphibious shipping off the East Coast, one off the East Coast, one off the West Coast, and one in the FDNF, that number is not going to do it. I look at it in short, medium, and kind of longer term, perhaps, solution sets, and we're working closely with the Navy. Of course, we have to get to terms of reference. We can't classify a ship that hasn't sailed in 10 years and probably never will sail as an available ship of any class, much less an amphib. But what I would say is we need to resource amphibious shipping to make it to their service lives and not decommission them early. Secondly, we have to get ahead of the maintenance curve. That means years ahead of port loading, of availability sequences, getting the avails in on time, making sure that we have the parts and the maintenance crews to maintain them and get them out of the avails on time. More toward the midterm, we need to make every ship count with service life extensions and midlife upgrades. Lastly,
thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think that your needs are being clearly articulated. And as Ms. Morris suggested, we need to have, it sounds like a good suggestion to me, that the Navy and the Marine Corps need to get to an agreement on what we're going to do with the maintenance of these amphibious ships. To have only 13 out of 32 available is what we say unacceptable. So as we sit here, can we have a commitment from the Navy that you are going to get into an agreement on this issue with the Marine Corps?
Ranking Member Hirono, you have my commitment to that. We do brief off the same data, which is an improvement in the Navy and the Marine Corps. We have the same database, so we look at the things similarly from big deck amphibs to LPDs to LSDs. So to me, that's a start. But we have to do better.
Thank you. I agree. You need to do better. Let me move on to General Mingus. Several of the critical training areas the Army uses in Hawaii, the main one being Pohakaloa on the Big Island, and the leases are set to expire in 2029, and these are vital. These leases are vital to ensure military forces can adequately train in the Pacific. And when we talk about the importance of the Indo-Pacific area, we obviously need our people to be trained. And so I would like to ask you, will you commit to continue engaging in good faith with state officials, because that's who you're negotiating these important leases with, and the community to ensure land retention is renegotiated in a way, lease negotiation is done in a way that is fair to the state, the people of Hawaii, and the military? General Mingus?
Absolutely, ma'am. We are committed to that. Since 2017, we've been working this. As you are well aware, over 500 town halls, meetings, various engagements that are out there. 2029 seems like a long ways away, but it'll be here tomorrow.
I know that it's not.
And so we will continue to and are committed to working this with you.
And to the extent that a land swap may be in the offing, I do believe that we need to provide the Secretary of the Army with the authority for that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, like you, I have a number of other questions. Could I just go over 1 minute?
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you. So, General Mingus, last year we spoke at this hearing about the Army's crumbling infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific region. In Hawaii, 50% of Army facilities are currently classified as failing or failed, and the cost to repair or replace them is over $5 billion. However, the Army and other services are not using non-DOD funded contracting mechanisms like energy savings performance contracts to upgrade its infrastructure and lock in lower utility bills. What is the Army's plan to repair or replace infrastructure in Hawaii and the Indo-Pacific?
Ma'am, as we talked last year, there were significant investments in 23, 24. We're committed to that for 25 and beyond. We know that the water and some of the critical infrastructure underneath a lot of these locations are failing. We actually think it's maybe in excess of $5 billion. We've committed over $1 billion for this next year, so we absolutely want to work with you on those infrastructure, to include the leadership that goes with this as well. Kwajalein is an example where that was largely paid for with RDT&E dollars. We've actually put a garrison commander there to make sure that the leadership, in addition to the resources, is there to fix these problems.
I think the energy projects, for example, are important because the Army is the biggest user of the military, DOD, Army in particular, is the biggest user of energy, and whatever sums you can save on energy costs as well can go to other needed necessary projects. So would you commit to clear the logjam on installation of energy projects funded through non-DOD contract mechanisms?
Absolutely take a look at that, ma'am. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Senator Hirono. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2019, the Secretary of Defense discontinued certain tasks at the border after determining that service members were not performing military functions, and the continued support would negatively affect military readiness and morale. I think that is an important aspect of what is happening, the impact on morale. General Mingus and General Mahoney, how is this deployment, the current deployment, any different from 2019 when DHS was asking your units to perform the same non-DOD tasks?
Thank you, ma'am. We've been asked to defend and secure the border, and we're gonna do that. That's a priority for this administration. We're going to execute that mission as we've been asked to do. Over time, as we build, anytime you're asked to defend, it has three critical components: a physical, a technical, and a human. And as those physical and technical things come online, as our secretary testified, the human resources associated with this mission set will come down. But to answer your specific question, the lessons we learned from 2019 is the troop to task, as we like to use, was a 1-for-1. Detection and monitoring, POE support, admin support, data entry, et cetera. And so there was no time to come offline to continue to train and do their mission.
So it doesn't sound much different
No,
from what was going on in 2019.
This time, we're going to make sure that the troop to task allows for rotations so that the degradation in readiness is not as substantial as what we saw in 2019.
That remains to be seen.
And Senator,
Do you have something to add?
Senator, similar but not the same. We've been on the border, as it's been stated, for a while. The mission has changed with this recent evolution, where we're primarily executing engineering tasks and engineering support tasks, think barrier and placement, but we're also executing intelligence tasks. And in both of those, there is training value, especially for the intelligence analysts to collect and analyze what is a very complex situation. But as General Mingus brought up, anytime you have 10 essential tasks and you're only training to 1 or 2 of them, you have to figure out a way to either accept risk in the tasks that you're not training to, or to figure out a training plan. And maybe unlike the Army, even before we had a rotational basis where we could plus up the skills in the tasks that weren't being performed, and we'll manage the same way.
There's
right now.
actually, from what you're testifying, you are needing to find some tasks that our military people are doing on the border that somehow has more relevance to what they should be doing in the military, and that perhaps if you had your druthers, your people would not be in the border at all, especially as border crossings are at an all-time low. During the NORTHCOM posture hearing, General Gillow said that units deployed to the southwest border get only 1 dedicated training days per week. General Mingus and General Mahoney and Ms. Moore, is 1 day a week normal for military training?
Depending on which cycle you're in, ma'am, it could be normal, but I'll go back to where I talked about before, is it's the ability to cycle people in and out of their tasks associated with the border mission versus going back and the ability to train on their mission essential tasks. The other thing I would offer, and this is going to expand on General Mahoney, is that at the highest level of our doctrine, the Joint Force has to be able to execute offense, defense, and stability operations simultaneously. This is a defensive operation, and so there is training value associated with that. Is it going to be the same as if they went to the National Training Center? Absolutely not. But there's still value to be had if the leadership takes the right approach to it.
And Senator, I'm not familiar with exactly what NORTHCOM said, but I would maintain that our engineers and our intel analysts have had far more than 1 day of training to train for this mission. For obstacle emplacement, for intelligence analysts, they undergo a whole battery of training to prepare them for just this support.
So
to the
you're saying
civilian.
that our troops on the border are actually getting equivalent, something that is equivalent to more than 1 day a week in training. So you know what, I mean, I think that you're doing your best to be very forthcoming in your assessment of your troops being deployed to the border. And clearly, you can do all you're doing your best to enable these people to be getting some sort of equivalent training, but it is hard to, frankly, it kind of stretches the imagination to think that that is happening and that they are not losing the kind of training and opportunities to train that would be the case if they were not
Senator,
deployed.
from a GAO perspective, I'll just say
Yes.
real briefly that I think back to one of my previous jobs at GAO. I was in our GAO's Homeland Security and Justice team, and we obviously, that team continues to do oversight of DHS. And I think about all the capabilities that currently exist within CBP and ICE and other federal law enforcement agencies on the border. I think from an oversight perspective, it would be interesting to pursue what those agencies are doing and at what point are their capabilities insufficient to meet the mission needs on the southwest border. Now, we're not looking specifically at that topic right now, but I think that's something valuable to think about. But from a readiness perspective, one of the trends we've seen over the years is there can sometimes be a tendency to look to DOD to perform functions that can also be performed by the domestic and civilian agencies. In many cases, that's definitely warranted, but DoD comes in and with a heavier footprint. It costs bigger dollars, and it does have a readiness and a mission and a resource trade-off for the department as well.
Yeah, of course, a flight using military aircraft to take only about 100 people to another country costs over $2 million. That is not a very efficient use of military resources. You raise a good point, Ms. Maurer, and up to date, we have not received information from either the Homeland Security or the DoD as to the need asserted for the troops to go to the border. We await that kind of information, but until then, highly questionable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that as our services, with the exception of Space Force, are facing recruiting challenges, why should we discourage, or why would we be discouraging women and minorities from enlisting with all this anti-DEI stuff? Admiral Kilby, the Navy's Shipyard Infrastructure Optimization Program, or SIOP, projects were unfortunately not included in Secretary Hicks's list of protected and prioritized programs following his directive to implement an 8% budget cut across the board at the Pentagon. You testified today on the importance of SIOP, and of course, clearly we need to do a better job of repair and maintaining our ships. So with the flexibility that you are requesting in the CR, even if SIOP is not on Secretary Hicks's list of priorities, are you planning to prioritize critical SIOP projects across the fleet, including, for example, completion of the dry dock and planning and design for a waterfront production facility at Pearl Harbor? Indeed, we need to get on with continuing to modernize our 4 public shipyards so that you will have available ships to do what you need to do. So would you use the flexibility that you request in the CR to prioritize SIOP?
We want to continue on our SIOP program, ma'am. I've talked about the 40 projects we've done, the additional $6.3 billion that are in the budget that we want to continue on, and the remaining projects we need to execute. So we're committed to SIOP.
Good. I'm looking to you for that because what is the point in enabling us to build more ships if we can't maintain the fleet that we currently have? A skilled workforce is foundational to military readiness. However, this administration has implemented a DoD hiring freeze and is planning to fire up to 60,000 DoD employees. DoD is eliminating people across the spectrum, from firing general and flag officers without cause to removing new and motivated employees. These would be the employees who had just gotten hired and are being trained. And you would think that we would want to keep those folks, but the people in probationary status are among the first to go, as happened across the administration. For example, the VA, which is already strapped with the need to hire people, they just eliminated some 2,400 employees and about to eliminate 83,000 employees going forward. So, gentlemen and Ms. Moore, how are these personnel actions impacting the hiring, training, and retaining of a skilled national security workforce? Briefly. You can say it's not helping.
I'll start. Specific to the Marine Corps, we started our leaning out process 6 budget cycles ago in accordance with force design and talent management. So we're at the start game of this exercise for us. We're pretty lean. So any cut is going to have some impacts. However, of the 2,300 employees that we've identified, we've got protection, either exemption or exclusion, down to a number south of 75. Not without impact, but manageable from the Marine Corps standpoint. What I'm also concerned about is the exclusions or exemptions for a hiring freeze. We lose about 7 to 10% of our civilian workforce just through natural attrition each year, so we have to figure out a way to replenish that, or the number will just keep going down.
Well, hundreds of thousands of federal employees are being fired. These firings are not based on any kind of a job performance evaluation. So it's going to happen to the DOD, I would say. And so anybody else wants to weigh in?
I'll just connect to our last exchange,
Yeah,
ranking member. The shipyards are exempt from the probationary employees, and they're exempt from the hiring freeze. So we are trying to shape this in a manner that allows us to continue the most important work as we work through guidance from the administration. Also exempted from the hiring freeze is the Military Sea Lift Command, an important force for us to maintain our fleet. So I think those are efforts from the services part to manage this.
Basically, all three of you are needing to identify some very critical people that you want to make sure that these firings do not hit. Is that what you're doing?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this hearing. Of the number of bills that are on the agenda, 3 of them are mine, and I'm glad to say that the VA is in support of 2 of them with a request for more time for the 3rd one. So these are the Rep VA Act, Vet Pact Act, which VA supports, and the Veterans Fraud Reimbursement Act, which the VA says it needs more time to review, even though the VA did testify in support of this act in a House subcommittee. The thing is, Mr. Chairman, that we can have all of these bills, but if the VA doesn't have the manpower, does not have the personnel to implement the various bills that we pass, what are we doing here? And so I share the Vice Chair's concerns about what is going on with the VA. Now, we know that federal employees are being fired across the board in every department, not just in VA. Thousands of federal employees are being fired, 2,400 being fired from VA. Mr. Engelbaum, were these initial firings based on any kind of an analysis of competence? Any performance analysis that led to the firing of 2,400 people from the VA?
Senator, I can't talk to specifics on the actual analysis. One, as I mentioned earlier on, that it's subject of litigation right now.
Excuse me.
And then secondly,
you know, everybody knows that these firings were across the board, and of course it's going to lead to litigation. Do not use litigation as an excuse for coming to tell us that you can't talk about it. These were across-the-board firings of people on probationary status. It impacted not just the VA, and by the way, another 80,000 plus will be getting fired. And yes, it will. Those will lead to more litigation. President Trump issued something like 26 executive orders on day 1 of his administration. I would say that there were probably lawsuits filed as to every single one of these, as expected, because many of these EOs were totally illegal, but we have an administration that doesn't give a rip about the rule of law. So do not come here and tell us that you can't talk about what the basis of these firings were. I think the fact of the matter is that they were across the board. I don't know how the VA is supposed to do its job when, on the one hand, it is firing by the time you're through, the administration is through some 85,000 people from the VA, and at the same time, you're trying to hire some 300,000. So on the one hand, you're letting go all these people, not based on any performance analysis, and on the other, you're trying to hire 300,000 or so people. I mean, who would want to work for any of our agencies with all this chaos going on? So, Mr. Chairman, much as I support the legislation that we have, I really wonder what is this exercise that we're undergoing here, where many of these bills, including the 3 that I introduced, all in a bipartisan way. And as I mentioned earlier, this is one of the few committees where we are able to get things done in a bipartisan way. And so I would be very supportive, except that we have an administration that doesn't seem to have its controls, hands on the levels of control, because we have an administration that is continuing to sow chaos, and litigation abounds. There are about 70 lawsuits that are ongoing, and numerous judges are saying to the administration, you can't do that, and we have to have hearings on whether or not this administration intends to even follow court orders. So, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of my responsibility to determine the fitness of all nominees who come before any of my committees, I ask the following two initial questions, and if we can start with Mr. Shoemate and go right down the line. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No. No, Senator. No, Senator.
Mr. Eisenberg. Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator. No, Senator. No, Senator.
This is for Mr. Eisenberg. There have been calls, including from the authors of Project 2025, which I think is generally seen as a blueprint for this administration. But Project 2025 calls for the revival of the National Security Division of DOJ to revive the so-called China Initiative. If confirmed as head of the National Security Division, do you plan on reviving the China Initiative, yes or no?
I plan on looking at whether something like that should be stood up again, but I don't have any concrete plans about that.
Do you have any concerns about bringing back that initiative? Do you have any awareness of what that initiative led to?
I'm sorry.
In terms of the litigation that arose from the China Initiative during the first Trump administration? Just tell me yes or no if you have an awareness.
I did hear of some of it, yeah.
Okay, let me just say that the program was supposedly about countering Chinese government espionage and intellectual property theft, but it drifted far from that purpose. Instead, it focused largely on university professors, most of them of Chinese heritage, who had alleged paperwork errors in grant applications. And the Department of Justice, which usually has a really great track record in convicting the defendants, many of whom plead guilty. But in the case of the China Initiative, the conviction rate was very low, practically non-existent. So for the dozens of cases against basically Chinese professors that the DOJ brought, most of them were tossed out for lack of evidence. And we know that the China Initiative was misguided, a waste of resources, and seemingly based more on the ethnicity of defendants whose lives were in many ways just destroyed by DOJ going after them than on the crimes they supposedly committed. So I would say that if you're going to look into reinitiating the China Initiative, I would look at the history of this initiative and do not go there. For Mr. Shoemate, you defended President Trump's birthright citizenship order as though by waiving an executive order he can get rid of the provisions of the 14th Amendment. You defended that order to get rid of birthright citizenship, and the judge that decided case called the argument that this order that Trump made blatantly unconstitutional. And the judge had difficulty understanding how any lawyer could make the argument that you were making. And 3 courts of appeals have refused DOJ's request to stay, so there are some pending TROs. The administration then went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has not weighed in yet and set a leisurely briefing schedule, suggesting that the Supreme Court doesn't consider the government's defense of the order to be worthy of quick consideration, which makes me wonder whether you are prepared to argue before these courts what one court already said were blatantly unconstitutional order. So, Mr. Shoemate, is that what you're going to keep doing?
Senator, thank you for the question. Since that first hearing that Senator Durbin referenced
earlier today, the department has filed many briefs explaining its view of the 14th Amendment and the legality of the president's birthright order. Because it's pending litigation, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to discuss the merits of the litigation.
I think, you know what, I have to say, Mr. Chairman, that this is one order that was just, there's just a lot of precedent for birthright citizenship, and for you all to spend your time and resources going after this as a way to make a point, political point, basically, is not the way that I would expect the Justice Department to comport itself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome all of our superintendents. I want to be absolutely clear. The Trump administration's attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion in our military and our military service academies are not just misguided, they are dangerous. These efforts weaken our armed forces, ignore our history, and undermine the very principles that make our military the most capable in the world. The claim that DEI initiatives somehow detract from combat readiness is not only false, but flies in the face of decades of evidence. Diversity is not a distraction. It is our strategic advantage. The Department of Defense itself has repeatedly affirmed that a diverse force is a stronger force. Even the conservative Supreme Court, in its disastrous ruling on affirmative action, recognized that military academies have, quote, potentially distinct interests, end quote, in maintaining a diverse officer corps. And a federal district court recently in Maryland said just that, ruling that the Naval Academy's limited use of race in admissions was constitutional, citing a compelling national security interest in officer diversity. The court emphasized that unlike civilian institutions, military academies must account for how their admissions policies directly affect national defense. And why is that? Because diversity in leadership is not an ideological preference, it is a strategic imperative. Because the ability to lead diverse units, work with international allies, and maintain cohesion within the ranks is not an optional skill, it is a necessity. In other words, having an officer corps that represents the country it protects and the people it leads is a force multiplier, which gives our armed forces an advantage over our adversaries. Yet instead of embracing this reality, we see efforts to erase and dismantle the very programs that help us build this capability. West Point has disbanded a dozen cadet clubs that supported women, LGBTQ+ students, and racial minorities. The Air Force removed a documentary in their basic military training curriculum on the Tuskegee Airmen, black pilots who had to fight two wars, one against the Axis powers and one against the racism in their own country. And the Army, in a so-called, quote, digital content refresh, end quote, accidentally erased the history of the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, the most decorated unit in U.S. military history, composed entirely of Japanese Americans who fought bravely while their families, 120,000 Japanese Americans, were incarcerated in internment camps back home. This is unacceptable and disrespectful to our brave veterans. I'll say that again. The Army took down a page honoring a unit that fought valiantly to prove their loyalty to a country that had imprisoned their families back at home, reinstating the page only after public outcry. If Secretary Hicks' message to the forces, he claims to be committed to warfighters, he claims to care about warfighting ethos and lethality. If Secretary Hicks and President Trump are proud of our warfighters, then why are they erasing their legacy? This hypocrisy is not just offensive, it is a betrayal of our service members and their sacrifices. It is no coincidence that the same voices attacking DEI today are the ones who stood silent when women in the military were fighting for equal opportunities, when LGBTQ+ service members were forced to hide who they were, and when racial minorities were systematically denied leadership opportunities. This is not about merit. It is about rolling back progress under the guise of readiness and lethality. Our military academies are supposed to be developing leaders of character. You all testified to that. Leaders who can navigate the complex global challenges of the 21st century, not just fire weapons or fly a plane. Leaders who can foster trust and cohesion with diverse units, who can engage with international allies, and who can uphold the values of democracy and equality that we send them to defend. The Department of Defense itself has argued that diverse leadership is a, quote, national security imperative, end quote. Yet we are watching as this administration systematically dismantles every effort to ensure that our officer corps reflect the America it serves. This is not just a political talking point, it is a strategic failure in the making. To the superintendents and leaders here today, you oversee the comprehensive training and education of our future military leaders. You are responsible for ensuring that our armed forces remain the best in the world, not just in combat effectiveness, but in leadership, character, cohesion. I urge you to stand firm. Do not allow anti-DEI policies to undermine the very fabric of our national security. Do not allow President Trump and Secretary Hicks to erase history by dividing what we know to be facially true. The strength and future of our military depends on it. Mr. Chairman, I would like to include in the record of this hearing this list of words that the New York Times printed as words that are disappearing in the new Trump administration, and there are words like biases, diverse groups, equal opportunity, immigrants, injustice, victims, women, females, blacks. 3 pages worth of words that are no longer welcome in this administration. I would like this list to be included in the record of this hearing.
So entered.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. Senator Scott.
And welcome to each of you. As part of my effort to focus on the ensuring the fitness of all nominees who come before any of my committees, I ask the following 2 initial questions, and we'll start with Mr. Duffy and go right down the line. First question, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
Never.
Let's go down the line.
No, sir. No, Senator.
No. No.
Second question, have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No.
No, Senator.
No. No.
This is the first hearing of this committee since the security breach involving Signal and involving the attack on Yemen. So I am going to ask each of you yes or no questions. And again, we'll start with Mr. Duffy. Based on your backgrounds, each of you has had a security clearance. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, Senator. I have a clearance.
I didn't hear you say, do I have or have I had?
But have you had? If you
I
either
have,
have or have
historically,
had?
yes.
Yes. So you know
Yes.
what a security clearance is.
Yes, Senator.
Go ahead. And each of you would agree that protecting classified information is important?
Yes.
Yes, Senator.
It's obligatory.
It's what?
Obligatory.
Yes. It's the law. Have any of you discussed classified information on an unclassified device or medium?
No.
No, Senator.
No. No, Senator.
I'm glad that all of you have answered no, because that's pretty obvious. If you admitted that you did not follow the law, that you will be admitting to committing a federal crime. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent that the record of this hearing include the March 26 Atlantic article, which includes all of the Signal chat attack plans for the strikes on Yemen, to be included in the record of this hearing.
Is there objection? Without objection, it is so ordered.
I also join those of my colleagues who are calling for
an investigation. Sooner the better. I think we need to counter the tendency of this administration to want to sweep everything under the rug whenever things get uncomfortable for them. I have a question for Dr. Bank. Joint basing construct between the Air Force and Navy at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hicks, has led to extensive infrastructure and military construction delays, including at the Hicks Air Force Base or airfield. These delays have impacted the military's readiness in the Indo-Pacific and warfighter quality of life. Will you commit to working with my office to resolve these readiness gaps and quality of life challenges? Dr. Meg.
Senator, I commit to working with you. Hicks and Hawaii are in general critical to operations within Indo-PACOM theater. So I've had an opportunity to spend and operate out of there in the past. I understand the importance of it, and I will commit to working with you in Congress and with the Navy, the new Secretary of the Navy, to work on those issues.
And of course, I'd like to see a lot more coordination between the Navy and the Air Force on the needs, these construction needs. So I hope that you have some plans on how you will enhance the kind of coordination I'm talking about.
Yes, Senator, as I just mentioned, I think it's going to be critically important that I work closely with the Navy and the Department of the Air Force, of course, to do what we need to do to ensure that the infrastructure in Hawaii can support an Indo-PACOM and Indo-PACOM.
Thank you. I'm running out of time, but the infrastructure needs and the modernization needs of all of our bases are, I think, critical for readiness, national security. So I do have a question relating to a concern about the state of our military bases again, particularly in Hawaii. And that's why I'm introducing a requirement in this year's NDAA for each military service to submit a 30-year infrastructure plan modeled after the Navy's annual 30-year shipbuilding plan, and this will ensure, one hopes, long-term planning, resilience, investments, and the accountability for all services. Would you support, Dr. Bay, a 30-year infrastructure plan for the Department of the Air Force?
Senator, as I always have for my career, I will work to answer and address any language we get from Congress.
I think that we need a longer-term plan, because what happens is when you don't have this kind of a plan, then the money that is supposed to go for these kinds of modernization and improvements gets taken for other purposes. And that is why I think that if we have a long-term plan, that we in Congress will be able to see whether you are comporting with such a plan. So I hope that you will see your way to supporting such a requirement in the NDAA. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my thanks to both of you for your decades of service. I did want to mention the concerns that our European allies must have regarding what happened with Signalgate. So U.S. officials, including Vice President Vance and Secretary of Defense Hicks, said this is for General Cavoli, used Signal to communicate classified Yemen strike plans, putting the lives of our service members at risk. And in addition to sharing classified material on an unsecure network, the Vice President and Secretary of Defense spoke contemptuously about our European allies. I think both of you very much know how important our allies are and how important it is for us to continue to strengthen our relationships with our allies. So it certainly doesn't help when we have our leaders in an unconscionable way of being contemptuous of them. General Cavalli, do you think sharing operation plans on unclassified systems puts our warfighters at risk?
Ma'am, we have protocols to handle classified information. We adhere to them to the extent that we're capable. When there's a failure in that, we, of course, investigate it.
Answer is yes?
Yeah.
Have you heard from our European allies? Have any of them indicated to you their concerns about the security breach on our part?
No, not directly. I've not had anybody ask me about that or talk to me about that.
What do you think they are thinking regarding the security breach?
Ma'am, it's hard for me to put myself into their
Is
heads.
it reassuring to them?
It's hard, I can't, characterize their thoughts, ma'am.
So none of them actually said to you, what is going on?
No, if one
in the
did, I
United
would of course tell
States?
you.
That's pretty surprising. Don't we share intel with our European allies?
Of course, it's one of the most important parts of our alliance and our bilateral relationships.
Do you think that the security breach that occurred with Signalgate is reassuring to our allies in terms of their willingness to share security information with us?
Senator, again, it's hard for me to characterize as somebody else's thoughts, but I have not had anybody pull back any of our intelligence sharing agreements, ma'am.
I find that surprising, but nonetheless, I hope so. There have been recent news reports that the Pentagon is considering combining AFRICOM and EUCOM into one command. For both of you, what is your best military advice on the strategic, operational, and resource implications of such a merger? General Langley?
Senator, I won't speculate on the evolving policy, but I will say this. I'll just give comparison of the relevance of AFRICOM in our mission. Back in 2007, when we were stood up, we looked at the challenges across the globe, and especially the challenge of terrorism. At that time, the global presence of terrorism on the African continent was 2%. Senator, today it's 43%. And then even adding on to a geostrategic type of perspective of our great power competitions, both Russia Federation and the Chinese Communist Party activities on the African continent is grand. So my responsibilities are great. So for a combat commander, it would be a daunting task for integration.
So would you agree that General Cavalli, that the challenges, as General Langley put it, have increased in Africa, not decreased, and making it even more important that this combatant command continues?
Ma'am, the challenges in Africa have increased exponentially over the last 10 years, not just the terrorism that was there during the previous period of the last 20 years, but the increasing activity of Russia and China. Yeah, there are a lot of problems there, ma'am, and I'm satisfied with the problems I have in EUCOM.
Would you like to share your thoughts on yet another potential change being contemplated by the administration, and that is to give up our role as NATO's Supreme Allied Commander?
Yes, ma'am. I think that would bring some challenges in terms of nuclear command and control. It would put us in a position where in an Article 5 situation, we could have, for the first time since the First World War, large numbers of American troops under non-U.S. command. So I think those are things that would have to be considered carefully.
Giving up this command, in fact, could really endanger our national security. That's what I hear you saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Rounds. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kane, with all due respect to you, we should not be here today. This hearing is happening only because of the unprecedented dismissal without cause of General Brown as chairman. As a highly respected military leader, General Brown faithfully served our country for decades. He provided exactly what the Constitution asked of him, the best nonpartisan military advice to civilian leadership. However, for an administration that is claiming to be the most, quote, transparent in history, end quote, no reasonable justification has been provided for General Brown's termination. Instead, General Brown's dismissal reveals, once again, President Trump's intention to install yes men and women with fealty to him and not to the Constitution or the American people. Now, General King, you said you will always speak truth to power in your responses to advanced questions. And you indicated that you would provide independent advice. But let me just mention what happens to people who stand up to President Trump. General Milley, who was a former
chair of Joint Chiefs, stood up to President Trump. And here's what happened to him. President Trump took away his security detail, his security clearance. He even took down his portrait in the Pentagon. That's not all. General Milley is now under investigation by the department's Inspector General to see if he will be able to retire as a 4-star general. It's always a challenge to stand up to this president. Let me just start with the 2 initial questions, and I'll get to some of the questions that have to do with your fitness to serve. I ask these questions of all nominees on any of the committees on which I sit. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
I have not, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
I have not, Senator.
General, you've been asked a number of questions regarding what the president attributed to you. That is how it's been reported, that you wore a MAGA hat. You testified you did not. If you did wear a MAGA hat, would that constitute partisan political activity by a uniformed officer?
Senator, I did not wear any political merchandise.
If you wore such a hat, would that constitute partisan political activity by a uniformed officer, yes or no?
I think it probably would, yes, Senator.
Thank you. General Kane, you've been asked also a number of questions about what's being referred to as Signal Gate. And I commend the chair of this committee and the ranking member for asking for an IJ inquiry. You were the director for special access programs at the Pentagon, an office that manages our nation's most classified programs. Have you ever discussed classified information on an unclassified medium, such as Signal?
No, Senator, I've not.
What would be the consequences for discussing a special access program on Signal?
Well, Senator, we'd have to first do an investigation. We'd have to look into the particular matters associated with it. We'd have to consult with counsel to determine what the way forward was, and then ultimately turn it over to the leadership in the department.
And you wouldn't just let this matter drop, which is basically what this administration wants to do.
Well, Senator, I think that it's a little bit of a hypothetical situation asking me about what would happen if a SAP was dropped into Signal.
It's really not a hypothetical. It is what is confronting this administration and what's happening. You know that we need to preserve the element of surprise. Is discussing the kinds of matters that were discussed on Signal preserving the element of surprise?
Senator, I don't want to, given the fact that the chairman and ranking member have been asked for an investigation, I don't want to comment on the particulars. I do want to stay at the strategic altitude and say that we should always preserve the element of surprise.
I think it was a very simple question, whether or not talking about the things that have been reported, whether that preserved the element of surprise. I would say that if you're truly speaking truth to power, that the answer would obviously be no, it does not preserve the element of surprise. That is why we need to have an inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask each of you to respond very quickly to the following 2 initial questions that I ask of all of the nominees on any of the committees on which I sit. This goes to fitness to serve. And we'll start with Mr. Lohmeyer. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No.
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 Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No.
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 Before I get to my questions for Mr. Lohmeyer, let me be clear. Mr. Lohmeyer, you were fired, removed from command for going on a partisan podcast and pushing political conspiracy theories while in uniform. Since leaving active duty, you have spread divisive, harmful views on race, equality, LGBTQ rights, and talked openly about seeking retribution against those you perceived did you wrong. Exactly the kinds of comments that undermine the unity and professionalism of that our military depends on. And as if that wasn't bad enough, you're also a January 6th conspiracy theorist, calling it a, quote, government-led false flag and hoax at the Capitol. I have deep concerns about your nomination to be Undersecretary of the Air Force, and just as much concern about what this nomination says to the members of our military. I'm very glad that Senator Shaheen asked questions relating to, by the way, that this is a comment to all of you about the importance of WPS. And I'm glad that she pointed out that this is a very useful tool that neither Russia nor China have to combat extremism. And to me, you know, this is yet another example of the obsession that this administration has against a whole swath of programs and efforts that this administration deems DEI. So I'll get to my questions. Mr. Lamar, I hope you can answer these questions, yes or no. Do you believe the January 6th attack on the Capitol, it was a, quote, government-led false flag operation?
Senator, let me begin by respectfully saying that I believe you've mischaracterized me and my views. Now, that said,
excuse me, could you just respond to whether or not you believe that January 6th attack was a government-led false flag operation? If you no longer believe that, just tell me.
I have never said exactly what you've just attributed to me, but I will answer your question, Senator. I believe that it's evident that there were, in fact, undercover government agents at the Capitol on January 6th, but I have not said exactly what you've said. I'm
As
always
far
very
as I
careful
know,
with the way I
okay,
characterize things.
Excuse me, my time is running out. You deny saying it. Do you believe the January 6th attack on the Capitol was a hoax?
I've never used the word hoax, I believe, to characterize the event, but what I have just stated, I do believe, which is that there were most certainly...
Excuse me, again, you deny saying that. Oh, are you planning to reprise against, I know that Senator Reid asked you some questions, but I want to actually name names. Are you planning to reprise against General Whiting, Major General Pepper, Colonel Fran, or any other active military service member for perceived slights against you?
Senator, as I've said previously in the hearing, I'm very focused on moving forward in the future and making sure that I hold people accountable for their obedience
actually, that's why I'm asking you the question. So let me ask you this. If confirmed, will you recuse yourself from initiating or being involved in any administrative or personnel actions involving General Whiting, General Pepper, and Colonel Fran? Yes or no?
I know two of the, Senator, I know two of the individuals you've mentioned. One of them is a combatant commander who I presume has the trust and respect of the President of the United States.
Could you just respond to my question, please? I know you're taking up my time.
Senator,
will you recuse yourself against in any actions that relate to these people that I just mentioned?
Senator, what I will commit to is that I will treat all people fairly according to the law, and I'll try and do my best, my job to the best of my duty if I'm confirmed.
That is totally not reassuring. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have other questions for this nominee for the record.
We'll have other rounds. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to both of you and your families. To ensure the fitness to serve, I asked the following two initial questions of the nominees to any of the committees on which I sit, so I'll ask the two of you. We'll start with Mr. Tata and then go to Ms. Sutton. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
Senator, I have not.
I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I have not.
Senator, I have not.
Mr. Tata, the position you've been nominated for, Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness, is among the most consequential in the DoD, and you would be responsible for setting policies that affect the lives of more than 3 million uniformed and civilian members of our military community, from recruitment and readiness to healthcare, family support, force structure. And this position requires integrity, sound judgment, and an unwavering commitment to serving all who wear the uniform and those who support them. Your record gives me pause, and it causes me to question whether you possess the necessary qualities for this role. You have made inflammatory and deeply offensive public statements, calling President Obama a terrorist leader, calling Islam, or claiming that Islam is the most oppressive, violent religion, and promoting dangerous conspiracy theories. And these weren't slips of the tongue or out of character, as you noted today. They were repeated, deliberate, and public. Moreover, they were coupled with statements that disparaged senior military leaders, suggested a politicized purge of the officer corps, and supported unlawful use of force under a suspended Posse Comitatus Act. You have also been found by the Army Inspector General to have violated the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which raises additional concerns about your adherence to military standards of conduct. And according to multiple reports and letters, including bipartisan opposition from former military leaders, your nomination is widely perceived as being driven by political loyalty rather than professional qualifications. You would be tasked with leading a diverse workforce, one that includes Muslim service members, women in combat roles, LGBTQ personnel, and senior leaders who you have attacked or proposed be fired. Given this record, I question whether you would be able to lead with impartiality, dignity, and professionalism. I do have some questions for you. The military must remain a nonpartisan institution, guided by constitutional principles and civilian control. You previously endorsed using military forces, as I noted, in a domestic context by suggesting Congress suspend Posse Comitatus. Under what circumstances do you believe such an action would be justified?
Senator, I appreciate being able to have this conversation. Specifically, what I was referring to is the border where the military is supporting the Border Patrol, and whether or not that requires suspension of Posse Comitatus, I don't know. But the idea that we need better border security is really what I was saying in that remark.
Well, we do have military personnel at the border. In fact, last year, the former National Guard Bureau Chief testified that the border security mission by the military provides no military training value to guardsmen and does not prepare troops for great power competition. A 2021 GAO report found multiple units lost critical training opportunities due to deployments to the border, impairing operational readiness. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Tata, that sending thousands of troops to the border, not to perform military functions, they're performing civilian functions that one would hope that Homeland Security would be able to do, but wouldn't you agree that this kind of deployment and use of troops negatively affects our military readiness?
Senator, border security is national security, and the inherently military functions that the Reserve and National Guard in particular perform logistically to support the operations at the border, I think are right in line with preparation for combat
Well,
operations.
obviously, we have a disagreement on that point because Homeland Security and others should be performing that function, because we have had testimony that says that the military at the border is not performing the kind of functions that would really enhance their ability to serve.
Thank you.
You
Thank you, Senator.
testified that you would comply with lawful orders? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I will submit that I did have a question about whether or not President Trump at one point ordered protesters to be shot in the leg, and my question was whether you would comply with such an order.
And he'll take that for the record. Thank you very much, Senator Hirono. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Facts are important, so why don't we get to some facts? You were asked how many VA personnel have been let go, and you said 1,000, but this committee had been given information that there were some 2,400 who have been let go, and then you're trying to get back to 2019 numbers, which would be another 70 to 80,000. So what happened to the other 1,000 or so that we have been told have been released by the VA?
Following the court order, they're back employed.
I'm sorry?
Following the court order, they are back employed.
Okay, so in other words, when you fired all these people or let them go, that you didn't follow appropriate procedures, and therefore you had to hire them back. That's not what I consider a process that is going to determine whether or not people are
I disagree with that
doing their
premise.
jobs.
We had one judge in one area do this. This court is still being litigated, so as you well know, the
We have
litigation
actually
part-
had in other departments where they have fired people, and other judges that have said you have to follow an actual procedure. So getting back to some factual information, in February 21, you claim that the VA has saved millions of dollars by firing staff. How much have you saved? You said millions. What's the amount?
Those millions in the round amount I'd have to get back, especially now with those who've come back, there's probably a different number that I'd have to get back with you on.
Aren't you prepared to give us that information, knowing that you are testifying, knowing that you will probably be asked for factual information such as this? So you don't know, even if you said in February that you saved millions of dollars by firing staff. And then you said,
Well, let me
excuse me,
reclarify there.
let me finish my question,
Well, we did
please.
say 14 million when we did away with our DEI.
you say $14 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so then my next question is, where is all that money going? I have a series of questions relating to your comments on February 21st. So you said millions of dollars, now you're testifying. First you said you would have to get back to me, but now you're saying 14 million. Also, by cutting unnecessary programs, can you tell me what unnecessary programs specifically you have cut? And then you've redirected those savings, some 14 million, you say today, to veterans. And I would like to know specifically where these monies were redirected. Do you have that information
The
today?
number that I gave you just now on the DEI was the 14 million. Those have been directed to those with disabilities and prosthetics. We've also had a part of that millions was also contracts that were either terminated or renegotiated that we were in the process of doing
I think you need to
as
tell
well.
us exactly what contracts have been terminated, because that's what that's the thing about a contract. You know, when you terminate it, you have to have a reason for that. Otherwise, you end up having to pay.
Senator,
So,
also in the contracts, you also have
specifically.
to, when you're going through contracts and renegotiation, you also have to make sure that you're doing it properly. We're going to give you all the information you need when those are actually finished.
I would hope that you would have had all that specific information today. You have about 500,000 employees at the VA?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Does
you.
that sound right? You have 500,000 employees at the VA?
No, we do not.
What is some number of?
About 470.
Okay, that's getting pretty close to 500,000.
Yeah,
So,
it's a little high.
in what categories are they employed? I mean, for example, how many nurses, how many doctors? Do you have this 470,000 employees broken down by categories of jobs?
Well, that is part of our problem, Senator, and I laid that out in my opening statement and also in my conversation with.
But you don't know.
No, and
You don't have that.
Let me say
You
something.
don't have that information.
Let me say something. Yes, we have over 300,000, probably closer to 400,000 position titles. But you know what the problem is?
Thank you. That
Before
would
I
help.
ever got there, we couldn't even find some of these when our HR people started to look at. So we took what we
Okay,
had at that point.
Let me proceed.
Well, I just want you, if you want a direct answer, then I'm giving you a direct answer.
You have a lot of people who are working for you. I would like to know, because there are questions about who
and I'm
are you
trying to answer your
actually
question.
going to let go when you get to the 2019 numbers that is your goal. So you were asked some questions about the clinical trials. That's very important to provide healthcare services to our veterans when they are enrolled in clinical trials. Do you know how many clinical trials are on pause? And do you know how many veterans are in clinical trials?
I would have to get that number back to you.
Is it 10? Is it more than, are we talking about 1,000 clinical trials?
No, we're not
When you
talking
put,
about, but again, here's the question.
Can you give me a ballpark figure on?
No, I'm not going to ballpark because it'll be
Okay,
used
so you
against me
don't
next
know.
time I'm
You don't
here.
know how many people that you have put on pause so that they are not getting the healthcare services that they need, because that's what a clinical trial is. You are getting medication, you are seeing doctors, you put these trials on pause. You cannot tell me how many veterans are now being paused in their clinical trials. You cannot tell me how many veterans are enrolled in clinical trials. You also cannot tell me how many clinical trials impact some, well, you have over 9 million veterans that you are taking care of. Clinical trials are very important, and you said so yourself. Mr. Chairman, I have other questions. It's very clear that our secretary has not come with much in the way of numbers, and I really don't know how he's going to go about getting to 2019 figures for cutting employees, and he can't tell us what the categories of employees are, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we're going to need to hear from Mr. Secretary again. Mr. Secretary, would you commit to coming back to this committee to provide us the kind of information we are asking for and to respond to questions?
I will get you the information that you asked for, which is
Will
what we've been doing.
will you come back to testify, or is this it for us with you,
I will
Mr.
get you the information
Secretary?
that you're looking for, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, we're not getting any commitment from the Secretary that he will come back to this committee to provide us the responses to our questions. Thank you.
Senator
That says a
Tillis.
lot.
Good morning, Secretary.
Good morning.
How are you doing? I guess it may
Having
be
a ball.
afternoon.
Provo, we speak of little else. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I asked the following two initial questions of every nominee before any of my committees to get at the fitness to serve. So we'll start with Mr. Edlow, and we'll just go right down the line. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
Never, Senator.
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
I think that both Mr. Geiser and Woodrow testified that you would advise the administration to follow all court orders, correct?
Well, Senator, as I've said, it depends, and I realize that that's
Oh, it
frustrating.
depends on what the court order is? Okay, let me ask you another question then. In the Alberto Garcia case, the Supreme Court said that the administration had to, quote, facilitate his return from the El Salvador prison. He's still there. Is the administration complying with the Supreme Court's court order? We'll start with Mr. Geiser and then go to Mr. Woodward.
Well, Senator, thank you very much for that question. As Ohio Solicitor General, I'm not now at the department, and the Department of Justice speaks through its briefs on matters that are in active litigation, and so it would be inappropriate
in your
for me to
opinion,
comment.
you're about to become the person who's going to be advising the Department of the department formerly known as Justice, as far as I'm concerned. So, what do you think? The fact that Mr. Garcia is still imprisoned, is the administration following the Supreme Court's order to facilitate his release?
Well, Senator,
You don't know.
As I said, I'm the Solicitor General of Ohio now. I'm not now at the department, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment on actively litigated matters because the department speaks through its filings and its briefs.
So when you actually become the person at the OLG, would you advise the administration to facilitate the release of Mr. Garcia?
Well, thank you,
That's
Senator.
what the court is telling him. Moving on, Mr. Woodrow, what do you think?
Well, Senator, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to respond. It does depend. If we're going to discuss hypotheticals, what about a hypothetical in
It's
which
not a hypothetical. This is the Supreme Court's order to the administration. They are confronted with this order right at the moment. Mr. Garcia has not been released.
the question about following court orders is, of course, a hypothetical, and the hypothetical can be complicated. What if a district
That
court
is why, Mr. Woodrow, I asked a specific question relating to a specific situation. Since you also don't want to respond, there you have it. And you know, you both of you are going to be in a position to be advising this administration. So I think your responses are telling. For Mr. Edlow, President Trump suspended the U.S. refugee settlement program indefinitely on his first day in office. However, on February 7th, he signed an executive order requiring all agencies to promote the resettlement of white Afrikaners into the United States. And less than 3 months later, these Afrikaners are entering the United States having completed a process that normally takes years. What changes has USCIS made to the refugee resettlement process to expedite the arrival of Afrikaners? And since if you're not there yet, you don't know, you can just say you don't know.
Well, Senator, I am there as a senior advisor, but I do not know, and that I can tell you, as far as I've seen, the process is the same as any other refugee resettlement process for USCIS's purposes.
Why is it that the Afrikaners are being expedited in terms of their being able to resettle in the United States?
Senator,
why are they being given what looks like highly preferential treatment?
Senator, the president has the authority through executive action and under the law
That's
to
because the
determine-
president feels like doing that. Okay, that's the answer. And are these Afrikaners going to be vetted individually so that nobody's coming in who, for example, shows any anti-Semitic sentiment? Are they being vetted individually?
Senator, again, I can't speak to specifics with regard to any of the individuals coming in, but my understanding is that they are being vetted for...
Individually. Yeah. I hope so, because, for example, there was one who was quoted as saying that that Jewish people are untrustworthy and they are a dangerous group. I would say that maybe that person shows anti-Semitic views. And so your testimony is that they are being vetted individually.
Senator, again, I am not currently leading the agency. I do not have a view into how they are being vetted. My understanding is they're being vetted as refugees have been vetted in the past.
There are serious concerns about why this is happening. And for example, the people who are Afghani are not getting this kind of highly preferential treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aloha, Mr. Secretary. We're dealing with an administration that is dismantling government services that provide services to our people by cutting employees, by cutting programs, by cutting whole agencies out of our departments. And you had the spectacle of DOGE cutting thousands of federal employees. And I don't think any of our secretaries, I don't think you were consulted as to who should be cut from the Interior Department. So our secretaries, you and others, are left to come and respond to our questions of why this happened, why these people were cut. And you sit here saying, well, you don't have that information, you don't have that breakdown. Maybe on Foreign Service people, these were not the people who were actually working in our national parks, but you don't really know that, do you? So I'm really glad that Senator King, Senator King, right here, he talked about the concerns that he had about the cuts to our national service people, because these are the people who actually interact with American people.
And if the park's bathrooms are not cleaned, or if they're not the services that are provided at our national parks, it's kind of obvious. And so you were not able to provide us with the kind of breakdown that we asked. And I don't know why you have to come here without the kind of information that we asked. And this is not just you, but, you know, I serve on the Veterans Committee. The VA secretary says he doesn't know, he doesn't have the information as to all of the veteran employees who were cut, and maybe another 80,000 will be cut. He comes and testifies without that information. He says that he will provide that information, and when I asked him to commit, to come back to the VA committee to respond to the questions that we will have, he doesn't make that commitment. So there you have it. You know, while you may not know who's been cut, those of us who are actually on the ground know some of the employees who are no longer there. For example, in Hawaii, reductions in MPS, FWS, USGS, and more have eliminated necessary positions that are critical for these agencies to carry out their missions. And we have parks with extremely high vacancy rates. We have lost a superintendent, a chief of law enforcement, a chief of interpretation. The list goes on. These are the people on the ground who are providing services. And so when they are gone, it's pretty obvious to us. So that I can understand what efficiencies you claim that these cuts are providing. Oh, we need data. I would really appreciate it if you provide us a list of all the DOI positions, DOJ, that's another department, positions in Hawaii that have been vacated since January 20th, including those that have been fired and those who accepted early termination, including locations, positions, descriptions, and justifications for their elimination. Will you provide that information to us?
Yes, we'll be happy to, Senator.
And will you commit to coming back and responding to our questions as to how all of this happened once you provide us with the information and explanation?
Yeah, happy to, but I should clarify that if there's anybody so far, it's someone that would have taken early retirement, because that's where the vast...
Oh, that's another thing, you know, the fork in the road, early retirements. I don't even know if that's considered legal. One more question. Federal programs that research or address climate change, like the USGS Climate Adaptation Science Centers, have been indefinitely paused. Whatever that means, indefinitely paused. That sounds like they're not coming back. Is it your intention that any programs that have to do with climate change or climate-related programs within the department will no longer be supported?
Given the explosion of spending that occurred during the last administration, we were taking a look operationally ourselves. It wasn't a DOGE thing. It was something that I was fully supportive of, to take a look at all contracts and grants. There was over 36,000 contracts and grants that were issued from the Department of Interior.
So are you going to be targeting all those that have to do with dealing with climate change or the impact of climate change? Is that the directive from this administration? Because we know that this administration doesn't think that climate change is real, and our understanding is that departments have been directed to eliminate references to climate change. Is that what's going on in your department?
What's going on in our department, if I'd be allowed to finish, is that we're looking at the 36,000 contracts and grants that are totaling billions and billions of dollars of spending. In some cases, we found that those grants were going to organizations that got 99% of their revenue from that grant. To me, that's no longer an NGO. That's just an extension of our own government. If the
Last question then, of the thousands of contracts that you are reviewing, can you provide us with which of those deal with climate change?
We can certainly take a look, but I think that there's
so many organizations included references to that as part of a way to access funding. It's hard to know who was actually working on it or who was just using that as a way to
Well,
get more
considering
grant
that you're
money.
doing a review, I would think that your review would be able to identify those contracts that have to do with climate change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hicks, you've had a tough start. At your confirmation hearing, my Democratic colleagues and I rightly questioned whether you had the requisite qualifications and experience to lead the DoD, the largest federal agency, especially given your checkered past, which included paying $50,000 in hush money to settle a sexual assault allegation against you, and driving 2 veterans organizations into the ground. After only months on the job, our concerns about you have proven true, as far as I'm concerned. Instead of strengthening national security, you've turned the Pentagon into a dysfunctional mess. You are jeopardizing military operations and service members' lives with your unprecedented action of texting classified military plans to anyone who might stroke your ego. Leading the Department of Defense is more than just a PR campaign filled with photo ops. While you pose for cameras, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues unabated. Israel and Iran are also at war, in large part because your boss tore up a multilateral agreement former President Obama brokered with the UK, France, Germany, China, and Russia that curbed Iran's nuclear program and ambitions. Meanwhile, China advances in the Pacific as this regime undermines and attacks our allies. At a time when steady leadership is critical, we are confronted with crisis and instability. Mr. Secretary, close to 5,000 Marines and National Guards have been deployed to LA without the request or consent of the California governor or the Los Angeles mayor, Bass. Rather than calming the situation, this troop deployment is purposefully inflaming and escalates tensions. You claim lethality is your top priority. Do you plan to unleash this lethal force against U.S. citizens and civilians in LA and other cities?
Well, Senator, I would reject most of the characterization of that statement, including lethality against U.S. cities, when all of those National Guardsmen and Marines have conducted themselves with the utmost of professionalism, defending our federal agents, Americans, who deserve to be able to do their job to deport illegal immigrants after the previous administration allowed 21 million illegals to cross our border. I am not here to listen to rhetorical responses. I would like to have a professional response that I would expect from somebody who is the Secretary of Defense. Millions of people peacefully demonstrated this weekend against the president's acting like a king. Given this regime's dangerous policy of mobilizing troops inside the U.S., the politicizing of the military is a legitimate concern. So, given the dangerous policy of mobilizing troops inside the U.S., if ordered by the president, I'm going to ask you once again, to shoot peaceful protesters in the legs, would you carry out such an order from the president? Senator, as I've said before, of course, I reject the premise of your question and the characterization that I would be given or are given unlawful orders. It's all meant to attempt to smear the commander-in-chief, and I won't fall for it.
Considering that the president in his first term actually ordered such a thing, it is not a premise that you can reject. He can order, do the same thing. So you're, again, I think you would just follow what the president wants you to do. Let's face it, it is not normal to call up our troops in this way, and there is active litigation against this deployment. Will you follow a court's order regarding whether or not this deployment is legal? If the court says this deployment of troops into our cities is not legal, would you follow that court's order?
It's pending in the courts, Senator.
Well, when the court decides, would you follow that court's order, decision?
I don't believe district courts should be determining national security policy,
So
but
you will not be following that.
when it goes to
it's
the
a
Supreme Court,
legitimate
we'll see.
Court. And unless the president decides to appeal, there you have it. So I take it that you don't consider district court decisions to be legitimate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary General, welcome. I think you guys are doing a great job. And I think this kind of line of questioning, it's amazing how my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are all now focused on readiness, right? I mean, I know my colleague from Hawaii chaired the readiness subcommittee. I think we had 2 hearings in 4 years, right? So I appreciate your focus on readiness, lethality, deterrence. Mr. Secretary, thank you also for your focus on Indo-PACOM. Your speech and attendance at the Shangri-La Dialogue was really outstanding. And General, I'm glad you were there as well. I appreciate your direct answer to the chairman on following the laws directed by the budget.
You're going to do, okay. Go ahead, Senator Hirono. Looks like.
Thank you very much. Couldn't hear you very well. Thank you. I have serious concerns about the nominee one of the nominees that we will be considering today, Mr. Edlow. He's just one of the many Project 2025 contributors nominated by this president. Project 2025 is a radical document that calls for a wholesale restructuring of agencies, including USCIS. It would purportedly grind our legal immigration system to a halt, then use that dysfunction as an excuse to further limit legal immigration. It even talks about denaturalizing people. And believe me, as a person who is a naturalized U.S. citizen, that kind of talk sends shivers down my spine. And maybe that's the point. Project 2025 also calls for administratively ending DACA by prohibiting staff to work on the program. Mr. Edlow's past public statements make clear he opposes DACA. In his responses to questions for the record, he refused to commit to restating DACA applications despite the clear legal ability to do so if he is confirmed. I expect that if confirmed, he will do everything in his power to eliminate DACA altogether. There are about 500,000 persons who are DACA participants, and if he eliminates DACA, they will be subjected to potential deportation. He repeatedly refused to say whether he would comply with court orders. And this is not some kind of a potential eventuality. There is a provision in the reconciliation bill that makes it harder for courts to enforce their court orders. So following court orders is a bedrock principle of our constitutional order. But we have a president who views himself as above the law, surrounding himself with yes men. Mr. Edlow refused to push back against this administration's lawlessness in his hearing, and I have serious doubts that he would push back against the president if confirmed. And in fact, I believe, like so many of this president's nominees, Mr. Edlow will do everything he can to help the president achieve his ends, and in this case, he will be very busy helping the president deport persons, and generally without due process. For all of these reasons, I will be voting no on this nominee, and I encourage my colleagues on this committee to do likewise. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I ask every nominee who comes before any of the committees on which I sit the following 2 initial questions that go to fitness to serve by the nominee. I'll ask you, Mr. Bovee. Since you became a legal adult, have you made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No.
In the February 23rd, 2025 report in Politico,
The title was, quote, "Before he became Trump's bulldog, Emile Bovie was nearly demoted for bellicose management style," end quote. According to this article, which was put into the record, when you served as a unit chief at the Southern District of New York, and I'm again quoting this article, Mr. Bovie quickly garnered a reputation as a manager who was sharply critical of the people who worked for him and unable to control his anger. His conduct was abusive, according to one former member of the unit. Are you familiar with this article?
I am.
So going on, according to this article, in 2020 or early 2021, the Executive Committee of the U.S. Attorney's Office opened a formal inquiry into Bovie's management style. They interviewed prosecutors who worked for him about his behavior, and they decided that he should be removed from his role as a supervisor, end quote. Of course, you are aware of this inquiry and their recommendation.
As well
Yes?
as the fact
No?
that I was not removed.
Yes?
I was not removed, Senator.
Can you speak into the mic so we can all hear your answers, please?
I apologize. I was not removed, Senator.
I know you were not removed because the article goes on to say that when this committee decided to demote you and remove you, you pleaded with them to allow you to remain in your job, and you pledged that you would commit to improving your behavior. Did you do that? Did you request they not remove you? Did you plead that you not be removed and that you would change your behavior?
That characterization is not accurate, Senator.
So you did not change your behavior at all, or did you?
Senator, I'm not perfect. And so when I get constructive criticism, I absolutely...
Speak into the mic, please.
When I get constructive criticism, I absolutely take account of that and try and be better at my job. And I did that in that instance. But the characterization in that article by anonymous sources from a whisper campaign from SDNY alums is not accurate.
The fact of the matter is, though, this committee did talk to people who worked for you, and they concluded that you engaged in abusive behavior and that you should be removed, but you got to stay. And the article, you disagree with the characterization, but why would they go through all this trouble to investigate and all of that, and they let you stay, unless I hope that you had said, well, you would change your behavior. Because the attitude, the behavior of a judge, I think is, that is important for us to understand. During your time as a supervisor in the Southern District of New York, you supervised a team that prosecuted US v. Alisater. You supervised them.
Yes.
And in that case, prosecutors failed to disclose evidence to the point where, even though there was a judgment of guilty, so it resulted in the jury's verdict being overturned and the charges dropped, and the district court wrote, which I think is pretty unusual, that there was, and I quote the district court, insufficient supervision. You acknowledged just now that you were the supervisor. Insufficient supervision of disclosure obligations by the USAO's unit chiefs. Do you recall the court making that assessment of your supervisory capability?
I do, Senator, and I respect Judge Nathan, and I think that what she was trying to accomplish in that decision was to make sure that there were protections in place.
Okay,
so
I am running out of time. I just wanted to do, you had said that the January 6 prosecutions were a grave injustice. So does that mean that you agreed with President Trump's pardon of all of the convicted felons?
I'm not in a position as a nominee senator to comment on any president's use of the pardon power, which is committed to presidents.
Once again, I should think that because you characterize those prosecutions as a grave injustice, I would think that you would be happy that the president pardoned everybody. Thank you.
Senator Hall.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2382 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Hawaii, Ms. Hirono, proposes for herself and others amendment number 2382 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, nearly 90% of K-12 students attend public schools, yet Republicans are pushing a plan in this bill to undermine support for public schools through the first ever nationwide private school voucher program. Republicans claim vouchers are about expanding school choice, but evidence shows these kinds of programs do little to meaningfully increase choice for families, especially low-income families and those who live in rural communities. When it comes down to it, this plan does not help students, it does not promote choice, it does not support public schools. We should be investing in public education for all Americans, not diverting tax dollars to private schools. That's why my amendment with Senator Van Hollen would strip this provision from this bill. Stand up for our nation's students, teachers, and families by rejecting this provision and supporting our amendment. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
There are many important elements to the One Big Beautiful Bill, but none over time is likely to have as big an impact as this specific provision that the Democrats are trying to strike tonight. Across America, millions of children, especially low-income African American and Hispanic children, are trapped in failing schools. They face crime and violence and despair. Without the ability to learn and prosper, they are denied a fair shot at the American dream. School choice is the civil rights issue of the 21st century. Every child, regardless of race or wealth or ethnicity, deserves access to an excellent education. This tax credit provision will unleash billions of dollars every single year for scholarships for kids to attend the K through 12 school of their choice. Sadly, every Democrat in this body will oppose these scholarships because they're more beholden to teacher union bosses than they are dedicated to fighting for kids. Mr. President, Dr. King's dream will take a major step forward tonight, as every kid in America will have a chance at an excellent education.
Mr. President,
Questions on the amendment?
do I have any time left?
There's no time remaining. Questions on the amendment? It's a voice vote. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
I asked the following two initial questions of all nominees to ensure the fitness of the nominees to serve. So I'll start with Mr. Dunlap and then Mr. Tung. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No. No.
Have you ever faced discipline or enter into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No. No.
Can't hear you.
No, Senator.
So, Mr. Tung, you have been asked questions about originalism, and you are an originalist, correct? You have written about it, the importance of originalism.
Senator, I subscribe to originalism, but I would be bound by Supreme Court precedent.
Well, sometimes there is no Supreme Court precedent. So let me just
mentioned that pretty recently, in March, this past March, you wrote, quote, "In my view, there is no real rival to originalism when it comes to the proper method of interpretation." And you noted at the same time that, I'm quoting you, "Originalism recognizes that there may be hard cases, but most cases, including the high-profile ones, are not hard, whether there's a constitutional right to abortion, same-sex marriage, sodomy, pornography, transgender protections. The answer for the originalist is simple: no." Do you think that all the members of the United States Supreme Court share your perspective and your view on originalism?
Senator,
Yes or no?
Senator, I understand the justices on the Supreme Court hold different views on the method of interpreting the Constitution.
So not all of them hold your view that originalism is like no real rival to how things should be interpreted. So, Mr. Tung, as a lawyer and prospective judge, do you believe that court orders must be followed by parties to a court unless and until they are ordered by overturned by an appellate court? Again, yes or no? Should court orders be followed?
As a general matter, Senator, court orders should be followed by the parties that are bound to it.
Well, I don't know what the general matter is. You know, you should. I would think that court orders should be followed. So, do you believe that someone who contemplates disregarding court orders is qualified to get a lifetime job as a judge? Yes or no?
Senator, you're asking a question that implicates a current issue, and under the canons of judicial conduct, I should not and cannot answer.
Well, you know what? There should be judicial conduct that says all judges should believe that judicial orders should be followed. So you know that this is a matter of concern to quite a number of us on this panel. So you were asked various questions about your views on the role of women and that women can do certain things better than men. And I take it that you believe men can do certain things better than women. And the fact that you may have held these views 20 years ago doesn't mean that you no longer hold those views, because I held certain views when I was in college, such as public service is a good thing. I still hold that view. But yet when you were asked whether you still believe in these gender roles, which are very limiting, frankly, in my view, you said that the canons of ethics prohibits you from answering. So do you, I mean, that's like, this is going to be a live question. Should you become a judge in the Ninth Circuit? Do you actually think that there could be a live question on whether or not a woman's gender role is going to come before you?
Senator, questions relating to, for instance, the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause could come before me, and for that reason, I consider that a live issue, and I wouldn't be able to answer under the
Okay,
canons.
well, you know what? We didn't talk about the 14th Amendment, which, by the way, as far as I'm concerned, is supposed to provide equal protection for everyone, regardless of race, religion, etc. But frankly, what is happening with the 14th Amendment is that it is being weaponized, in my view, that this is a Supreme Court majority that is not exactly holding the 14th Amendment to provide equal protection for everyone. So I just have one more question. You talked about what you call the radical left. What do you mean by radical left? People on the radical left are saying things that are not truthful. What do you mean by the radical left?
Senator, I am unsure from where you're pulling that phrase. I don't have the context to answer, Senator.
You do remember talking about what you consider to be radical left. Mr. Chairman, I hope that I can submit some questions for the record, and it's so disturbing to me that there are some of our nominees who think that they don't have to really respond. I hope that you are not among those, because I will have some questions for the record. Mr. Tung?
Appreciate it, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be voting against the Access Act. Not because I don't think that veterans deserve mental health services. They certainly do. But moving us toward privatizing VA care is not the way to go. And I do appreciate, Mr. Chairman, your efforts and that of the ranking member to continue working on this bill, because the idea is, and the commitment should be, that veterans should receive care within the VA system. We should be focusing on providing this kind of care and increasing the capacity of the VA system to provide all levels of care. So it's not just the mental health services that the veterans need. There are all kinds of specialty services that the VA, that the veterans need. And are we going to send them into the community to receive this care, or are we going to focus on recruiting the medical professions within the VA system, paying them enough, retaining them, doing all those things that truly will make VA care the kind of care that our veterans are relying upon? So it's for that reason, not because I don't think that you and the ranking member are not going to be focused on what we need to be doing, but I do have a concern about moving VA care toward privatization.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for testifying. I think part of the concern regarding the organized retail crime situation is the lack of, I would say, adequate information and data. Would you agree that we should have a better system of determining how much of this is going on? I realize that you know, you're here because it is a serious concern, but I do think that since a lot of this data is not reported to the National Incident Bank based reporting, for example, that that is an area that could be improved. Wouldn't you agree? Any of you?
I'd just like to comment that I agree. And one of the things that's been so interesting as we prepared for this testimony, our own statistics. I agree with you that the stats that are being reported are maybe a fraction of really the actual theft that's going on. Motor carriers are the eyes and ears of our supply chain. We see everything. We're the first ones to see if that seal's broken, right? And we're the first ones, because we are held, as soon as we outgate, responsible for that load. And so when we looked at our own statistics for the past 4 years, it's staggering. And that's why I made the comment about in 2021, we had 5 reports of cargo theft, 5. And by 2024, we had 876 reports. It's huge.
I think that to the extent that it is increasing, it would be also helpful that we should have all of our large cities in particular reporting in on the incidents of these kinds of crimes to the National Incidents-Based Reporting System that we put together. Now, all of you testified that it's going to require the enforcement of whatever legislation that we enact will require a collaborative enforcement involving federal, state, local, and the private sector all working together, and that is one of the things that you hope will be created under this law that we are contemplating. Is that a critical part of any kind of a law enforcement effort to get at this crime? And I would ask Ms. Stefan.
Yes, exactly. I think being able to put together, we did that on a state level, and it enhanced our ability, and this is why we've been able to get to 218 organized criminal actors. But we know that it goes well beyond that. So being able to organize a similar thing on a national level, because I can cite you multiple cases, Senator, where this same group that we were able to hold accountable in San Diego went to Chicago, Illinois, did damage, went to the state of Washington, did damage, and we finally caught them. We're unable to prosecute them for those out of state crimes, but we were able to join our California crimes together, but we didn't have any kind of alert or information, data sharing about what to look for, what is the profile, what's coming our way in this big jewelry heist that I mentioned. I hope I was, maybe there's another question.
And with regard to the data sharing and all that, that this is something that Homeland Security would supply. Is that your expectation under this bill, that would require Homeland Security to be the depository or repository of a lot of the enforcement activity under the contemplated bill?
I expect a federal agency to do it because of my experience with federal agencies. For example, in the area of elder scams, we were simply guessing until the FBI took on the leadership of our Elder Justice Task Force. We were able to then connect the dots and find out that my seniors were losing $98 million a year.
Excuse me, I am running out of time. So to the extent that there's going to be a much bigger federal involvement in enforcement, there is a concern about what is happening at Homeland Security as well as the Department of Justice, and the diversion of resources and bodies to other than prosecuting and going after these kinds of crimes. And literally dozens of experienced people who are normally focused on these kinds of crimes are no longer there. So we can pass whatever laws we want, but unless there is that commitment to enforcement at the federal level, we're going to continue to run into resource problems. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, just like the rest of the federal government, there have been significant personnel changes at the FBI since President Trump took office. I want to better understand the scope of the turnover and the changes occurring at the FBI. Since January 20, 2025, how many FBI employees have retired, resigned, been fired, or otherwise separated from employment? I need a number.
We'll get you a number.
What is the number? You don't have it?
Not off the top of my head, and I want to get you the right number.
Would it surprise you to know that it's probably in the thousands, like 5,000?
I don't think that number's accurate.
You don't know. Next question. How many special agents or analysts have left or been fired from the FBI since January 20th, 2025?
Say, we will get you the numbers, and anyone that retires is of their own volition, and anyone that is terminated at the FBI, as I've said before, is done so because they have failed to meet the standards and uphold their loyalty and oath to the Constitution.
So you say. Next question. How many executive assistant directors, or special agents in charge have left or been fired from the FBI since January 20th, 2025?
Again, people leaving on their own accord or terminations were done by the standards set at the FBI that have been carried out
With this question, I'm
consistently.
getting to the leadership of the FBI, and you don't have that answer. Next question. Which field office, division, or directorate has lost the most personnel since January 20, 2025? And do you have the answer to that question?
Yeah, actually, every single field office in the country, including Hawaii, has received a plus-up of FBI agents because we're pushing them out to the field.
Okay, so you're telling me that no field office, division, or directorate has lost any personnel since January 20th, 2025? That's your answer?
In Hawaii, there's been a plus-up. In every single state that I'm looking at, we have allocated a plus-up for field offices across the country so that the FBI can continue the historic achievements it's done in these last 7 months. When you're talking about firings, you're looking for a media hit and a fundraising clip, and I'm not going to give it to you.
It doesn't matter under what basis they left. I just want to know how many have left. And I think your testimony is nobody has left. Next question.
Nope, that's not my testimony. You asked it one time. I answered it one time. You didn't get the answer you wanted for your clips. So you keep asking it, and I told you I'd get you the numbers, but you can keep asking it.
Which field office, division, or directorate has gained the most personnel since January 2025? You noted that there have been plus-ups, so which offices have received these plus-ups?
The greatest allocation that I believe was given to California and then Florida.
Where were those offices?
California and Florida.
Thank you. Director Patel, you often refer to FBI agents as cops. All of us, Democrats and Republicans, support the police officers who keep our communities safe. But while our states, cities, counties, and towns all employ police officers to protect our communities, Congress has empowered and equipped the FBI to take on missions that local police cannot, especially taking on terrorists, hackers, and spies. I'd like to assess how well the FBI is able to handle its specialized missions under your leadership. The FBI is the nation's lead federal law enforcement agency for investigating and preventing acts of domestic and international terrorism, and yet the executive assistant directors in charge of the FBI's national security and intelligence branches were both forced out at the beginning of the year. Who replaced them in those positions?
Excellent qualified personnel to lead the mission of arresting 23,000 violent criminals this year alone. That's twice as many as before.
Who took the places of
I'm not going to give you any names so you can attack them.
Why not?
So you can attack them. I'm not doing that. The
You're not
people
gonna
sitting
give
in
me the
those seats
names
are
of-
extremely qualified to handle the job.
You're
We
not
would
gonna
not
give
have
me
the
the names
results.
of personnel who
we would
should
not
be
have the
on your-
reduction
Right,
of
fine,
violence in the
moving
state
on.
of Hawaii if we did not allocate the
Earlier
resources we
this
did.
year, FBI counterterrorist special agents and investigators were reassigned to assist with immigration enforcement. Reportedly, these counterterrorism experts were returned to the jobs they trained for in late January after Iran threatened to retaliate for our strikes on their nuclear facilities. Have those experts remained in the jobs they trained for since that time? Yes or no?
FBI agents' primary responsibility is exactly what they are assigned to do. We always work with our
So since they
interagency
returned
part.
to their positions,
If you're not
are
going to
they
let me
still in
answer,
those
why don't you
positions?
just do your soliloquy in the 4.5 minutes you have
I
left?
am not asking for a soliloquy. It's just a yes or no. Are those people who were returned to their jobs still on those jobs? Yes or no?
They never left.
What was that?
They never left their primary job. It is a surge of resources in law enforcement working with the interagency to combat violent crime and reduce
They were
violent
never-
crime in
okay, they were never
historic
reassigned to do
proportions.
That's your testimony. Okay, Director Patel, the FBI is also the lead federal agency for investigating cyber attacks and
Yes.
cyber intrusions, both by foreign nation states and by non-state hacker groups. Since President Trump's inauguration, the executive assistant director in charge of the criminal and cyber branch and the head of the FBI's cyber division have both left the FBI. What are the names of the people who replace them in those positions?
The cyber branch is one of the most impressive at the FBI. 409 arrests this year, 169 convictions. That's a 42% increase from the same time last year.
It's that
So
branch,
any
Mr.
suggestion that
Patel.
the FBI cyber division is not operating at full capacity and better than ever before, the leadership at the branch is implementing these changes necessary to attack the cyber and ransomware infrastructure operators
You
for
know
Iran,
why
China,
they're
and Russia.
important? I want to know who has those positions, since the people who originally were there
Supremely
are no longer
qualified
there.
individuals have those positions.
Are they?
Supremely qualified
Who
individuals.
are they? What are the names?
You're not
You
getting
don't
them.
know. Special agents who investigate cybercrime were also reassigned for immigration enforcement. Have those expert investigators returned to their duties? Yes or no?
All agents remained on their primary duties while surging to allocate resources for interagency operations to the Homeland Security task forces across this country.
So are you?
Am I what?
See, I'm not getting the yes or no answers. I get all this explanation. So there you go.
No, you get the work that
Are
the men
you
and women of the
planning
FBI are doing. And you don't want that.
Additional personnel cuts to the cyber division in the future?
The only people that will be terminated at the FBI will be those that violate their oath of office or fail to meet the high standards at the FBI.
Director Patel, the FBI is meant to be the tip of the spear in combating terrorism against the United States from both foreign and domestic sources. It's also our lead agency in fighting the hackers who target our businesses and critical infrastructure. But instead of
a specialized role fighting these kinds of terrorists, hackers, and spies. You have the FBI playing the role of local police and helping with immigration enforcement. I'm going to move on to my, you've been asked some questions about changes to your hiring standard, and including college degrees and possibly the age. But, one question I had is, that you are now requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences. Are you requiring these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field have to chase down bad guys and do really hard work. The physical fitness standards of those agents
So
are
are
being
you requiring
appropriately
these
assessed.
kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC. If you want to chase down a bad guy
Excuse me,
and put
the
him in
reason I
handcuffs, you
ask-
better be able to do a pull-up.
The reason I ask is that there are concerns about whether or not being able to do these kinds of harsh pull-ups is really required of FBI agents.
Doing
Anyway,
one pull-up
Mr.
is not
Patel,
harsh,
I
and there are
am
always
gravely
medical
concerned.
exemptions to that.
I am gravely concerned by the state of the FBI under your control. And in fact, you are willing to take a cut on your agency of almost $500 million. So the FBI is losing dedicated employees, decades of expertise and specialization, leading to loss to early retirements, firings, and reassignments to immigration enforcement or conducting local police work. Thousands have already left. For as long as you remain as the head of the FBI, I fear the number of departures and summary firings will continue to grow. Mr. Patel, before the vote on your nomination of this committee, I noted that your most significant qualification, this is not just something that I noted, but others, your most significant qualification was your 100% loyalty to President Trump. And I fear that that continues to be the motivating factor in your position as FBI director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor, Mr. Chairman.
Director Patel, did you have
Yes.
anything you wanted to say now?
That is an entire falsehood. You can delete my 16 years of government service to multiple administrations all you want. The fact is that I was a public defender. I was a national security prosecutor. I was a House intelligence staffer. I was a deputy director of intelligence. I was a chief of staff to the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense. I led the counterterrorism missions for the White House. Those are just some of the jobs I held in my 16-year career. There was no loyalty then. There's no loyalty now to anything but the Constitution.
Senator Brett.
Yes. Well, before I begin, I want to thank Senator Hirono for what she said, acknowledging that there are physical differences between men and women. Talking about that women wouldn't be able to do as many pull-ups, and I think that she was making a case here that there should be different standards. There's a thing called Title IX, and this is why we continue to say we should have biological men and men's sports and biological women and women's sports. And so I look forward to utilizing that to talk to all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Maybe they will stand with us in helping us protect women's sports. I think she made a great argument there for it. Moving on to
Director Patel, the FBI is meant to be the tip of the spear in combating terrorism against the United States from both foreign and domestic sources. It's also our lead agency in fighting the hackers who target our businesses and critical infrastructure. But instead of a specialized role fighting these kinds of terrorists, hackers, and spies, you have the FBI playing the role of local police and helping with immigration enforcement. I'm going to move on to my, you've been asked some questions about changes to your hiring standard, and including college degrees and possibly the age. But, one question I had is, that you are now requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences. Are you requiring these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field have to chase down bad guys and do really hard work. The physical fitness standards of those agents
So
are
are
being
you requiring
appropriately
these
assessed.
kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC. If you want to chase down a bad guy
Excuse me,
and put
the
him in
reason I
handcuffs, you
asked-
better be able to do a pull-up.
The reason I ask is that there are concerns about whether or not being able to do these kinds of harsh pull-ups is really required of FBI agents.
Doing
Anyway,
one pull-up
Mr.
is not
Patel,
harsh,
I
and there are
am
always
gravely
medical
concerned.
exemptions to that.
I am gravely concerned by the state of the FBI under your control. And in fact, you are willing to take a cut on your agency of almost $500 million. So the FBI is losing dedicated employees, decades of expertise and specialization, leading to loss to early retirements, firings, and reassignments to immigration enforcement or conducting local police work. Thousands have already left. For as long as you remain as the head of the FBI, I fear the number of departures and summary firings will continue to grow. Mr. Patel, before the vote on your nomination of this committee, I noted that your most significant qualification, this is not just something that I noted, but others, your most significant qualification was your 100% loyalty to President Trump. And I fear that that continues to be the motivating factor in your position as FBI director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor, Mr. Chairman.
Director Patel, did you have
Yes.
anything you wanted to say now?
That is an entire falsehood. You can delete my 16 years of government service to multiple administrations all you want. The fact is that I was a public defender. I was a national security prosecutor. I was a House intelligence staffer. I was a deputy director of intelligence. I was a chief of staff to the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense. I led the counterterrorism missions for the White House. Those are just some of the jobs I held in my 16-year career. There was no loyalty then. There's no loyalty now to anything but the Constitution.
Senator Brett.
Yes, well, before.
Said his predecessors did fully investigate. The second and third 1023 forms relate to the first in that they reference potential Biden family criminal conduct. Senator Johnson and I made these two public, and we simply want to know whether the government has investigated what it found, and if not, why not? Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, FISA Section 702 will expire in 6 months. In response to my questions for the record, at your confirmation hearing, you said you did not have experience with FISA, but if confirmed, you would consult with experts at DOJ. Now, you've had that opportunity. Do you support adding additional safeguards for searching Americans' communications in the 702 database?
Senator, Section 702 is a vital source of foreign intelligence and instrumental in keeping Americans safe. We also take individuals' rights of Americans, their individual rights of all Americans, very seriously. And many statutory reforms to FISA have incorporate safeguards. They have to incorporate safeguards to protect our civil liberties. The Department of Justice looks forward to working with you to discuss anything regarding 702.
Appreciate
I believe
that.
my staff, and Senator, I also want to thank you for this hearing. Your staff met with my staff, and I greatly appreciate that.
Thank you. We're going to be working on 702, so I appreciate the openness to further amending 702. At your confirmation hearing, you assured me that it is the Department of Justice's decision to determine what cases will be prosecuted. Last month, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia was forced out. President Trump then posted the message behind me asking about prosecuting James Comey. You then appointed a new U.S. attorney who within days secured an indictment against James Comey. That social media post behind me saying, "What about Comey?" was directed to Pam. Are you the Pam that the president was referring to?
I'm sure I was.
So It's very clear to me that when the president posts something like that, that he considers the DOJ to be his law firm and you his lawyer. And in fact, very shortly after the post to you, Comey gets indicted. Last year, President Trump's new border czar, now border czar, Tom Homan, was videotaped taking a bag with $50,000 in cash from undercover FBI agents after suggesting he could help with government contracts. Sounds like a bribe. 2 weeks ago, DOJ officials reportedly shut down the bribery investigation into Mr. Homan. Ms. Bondi, did you approve closing the Homan investigation, bribery investigation?
Senator Hirono, as I stated earlier, the Department of Justice and the FBI conducted a thorough review, and they found no credible evidence of any wrongdoing. You were also on video outside the White House protesting with a group called CASA, where Antifa members were. Does that mean you're a member of Antifa?
You know, I simply asked the question as to whether or not you approve the shutting down of the investigation, Mr. Homan. I have to assume that you did because the FBI reports to you. But the American people would look at the situation where this person is taking a $50,000 in cash, no less, and you testified today that a thorough investigation was done. Now, I have to assume, I conclude, that since no wrongdoing was determined, that in answer to Senator Whitehouse's question, he kept the money. He kept the money, and I hope that he put that on his tax returns as income. Next question. Over 1,200 rioters were convicted of charges related to January 6th. President Trump has since pardoned nearly all of them. As if that weren't enough, last month there were reports that a lawyer for the January 6th rioters met with senior DOJ officials about setting up a compensation fund like the one that Congress set up after 9/11 to compensate these rioters. Ms. Bondi, is anyone at DOJ considering setting up a compensation fund for January 6th rioters? Yes or no?
Senator, I have had no meetings or discussions about a fund.
So would you support such a fund? Would you okay such a fund?
Senator, you can send me the information on the fund, and I'd be happy to look at it.
No, but do you think that's a good idea to, this is what I'm getting at. Because to actually set up a fund and to have people talking with your senior people at DOJ, political people, about creating a fund, and you won't let us know what you think about that, that's pretty unbelievable. On January 30th of this year, the Trump DOJ's Antitrust Division sued to block the merger of two tech companies. Then, well-connected lobbyists met with your political deputies who overruled the career staff and approved the merger. So there's a settlement on that. And separately, DOJ sued Ticketmaster last year for monopolizing concert tickets and forcing consumers to pay outrageous fees. Ticketmaster has hired the exact same lobbyists who met with senior DOJ political people regarding the merger of the two tech companies. So my question is, Ms. Bondi, have lobbyists met with your political deputies about the Ticketmaster case?
Senator Hirono, as I stated earlier, I am not going to discuss anything that is ongoing. Gail Slater runs the antitrust office, and Gail Slater, if I can finish, Gail Slater is doing an incredible job running my antitrust unit.
It's highly likely, Ms. Bondi, that the same lobbyists who met with your people basically got rid of the antitrust case.
Senator, I don't think a lot of people like that you were out protesting with Antifa
right now. Next question. You have fired dozens of career prosecutors because they worked on cases involving President Trump
or January 6 rioters. For example, one career federal prosecutor who secured over 100 convictions in Florida. He also spent time in D.C. prosecuting January 6 cases. He received an outstanding review only 2 days before you signed a memo firing him. The memo cited no reason for his firing. Are you firing career prosecutors solely because they worked on cases like January 6th that the president doesn't like?
Senator Hirono, I am not going to talk about personnel matters with you.
Well, we all know that hundreds of career prosecutors have left the DOJ, and literally hundreds, we're told.
Yeah, Senator, are you
lost.
familiar with the one that threw a sandwich at an ICE officer? Are you a Homeland Security officer?
Here is the
Are you familiar
reason.
with the one who went out on her lunch break and was making obscene gestures?
Would you say that DOJ losing these career prosecutors and the thousands of hours of experience they have prosecuting criminals, that is not a reassuring situation?
Senator, many employees took the fork in the road and resigned. DOJ is hiring committed prosecutors who will actually come into the office and work, and not work remotely, and prosecute violent criminals around the country and terrorists. And I am very proud of the work all of our prosecutors.
I'm running
are
out of
doing.
time, so I think you should stop with your continuous interruptions, in my opinion. Mr. Chairman, I just want to close by saying that what was once the Department of Justice has become the Department of Revenge and Corruption. Rather than pursuing cases without fear or favor, this DOJ seeks to favor the president's friends and instill fear in his alleged enemies. If you're a friend of the president, this corrupt DOJ will bend over backwards to help you. Just like it dropped the bribery investigation of Tom Homan, like it's considering paying money to January 6 rioters, and like it has put antitrust enforcement decisions in the hands of well-connected lobbyists. But if you're on the wrong side of this president, you will face the wrath of DOJ, no matter what the facts, law, or justice support. James Comey is indicted days after the president's social media directive. Experienced career prosecutors are fired just because they were assigned to work on January 6 cases. Blue states are sued to get highly sensitive private voter data, whereas red states are left alone. The double standard is clear, and the American people are waking up to the corruption and favoritism and the lawlessness at the DOJ. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I respond, Chairman?
Yes.
May I respond?
Yes, you may respond. Then Senator Kennedy.
Thank you. The double standard is crystal clear, Senator Hirono, crystal clear, because you didn't complain for 4 years when President Trump was being targeted by Jack Smith, by the last Justice Department. But the American people spoke loud and clear when they overwhelmingly elected him. The two-tier system of justice is over.
Senator Kennedy. Yes.
Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, General, to you and your wife. Thank you for your service, and of course, as former commander of Pacific Air Force. I asked the following two initial questions of nominees on all of my committees to ensure the fitness to serve, so I will ask you these questions. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator.
General, successive administrations have identified China as a pacing threat to U.S. national security and the Indo-Pacific as the priority theater. It is concerning that there are some rumors, recent reporting, that the draft National Defense Strategy deprioritizes the challenges posed by China. General, as the former commander of Pacific Air Force, you are acutely aware of the threat posed by China to our interest in the Indo-Pacific AOR. General, would you agree that China continues to be a significant or the most significant threat to U.S. national security?
Well, first of all, aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha. And yes, I would agree.
So recent news reports, that's reassuring. I don't think we can afford to take our eyes off the threats posed by China. So the recent news reports have indicated senior military leaders, including Chairman Kane, have expressed serious concerns over the draft NDS's shift to the homeland and Western Hemisphere. So if confirmed, will you commit to providing your best military advice to the Secretary of Defense regarding this matter, even if it's not what he wants to hear?
I will, Senator.
General, our strong network of allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific is one of our greatest advantages, and we have a lot of military exercises with these partners, and it's one of our greatest advantages over China, and must remain a priority in the national defense strategy. So recent exercises like Resolute Force Pacific play a critical role in testing the Air Force's ability to strengthen our capability, interoperability, and readiness with our regional partners. And in fact, this exercise that I referred to involved over 25 partner nations. Can you share some of the key lessons learned from Reefer Pack, the exercise I referred to? And if confirmed, will you commit to prioritize funding for future Air Force exercises and training in the Indo-Pacific, which are vital to enhancing our relationships with our allies and partners in the region?
The second part of your question first, yes, I will commit not only to the Pacific, but to allies and partners all over the world. As far as the lessons learned goes, one that you mentioned straight away was the value of bringing the allies and partners together. And what you realize from that is interoperability, and in some cases, interchangeability. And when you get that, any adversary that watches that, they don't have to just worry about the United States. They have to worry about the United States plus all of those partners that we have together. It's an extremely valuable deterrence. That's probably the biggest thing.
Thank you. You know, with the ongoing retirement of the aging E-3 fleet, Pacific Air Force has identified an urgent need to field a replacement for early warning and control aircraft as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the Air Force initially canceled funding in the F-26 budget for the E-7 Wedgetail, which is set to replace the E-3, only reversing course after both the House and Senate moved to restore funding. General, given the importance of the E-7 to operations in the Indo-Pacific and the acknowledged delays in space-based alternatives, will you support this program in future budgets?
Senator, the requirement is for domain awareness, and I support programs that provide us that domain awareness. And so as we go forward, I look forward to working with you and the other members of the committee to figure out what is the platform that provides the domain awareness, because I know that the combatant commanders of all of the geographic combatant commanders are going to need domain awareness.
This replacement aircraft has been a long time coming, and I think we need to stay the course. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you. I think when you read the Washington Post recent article, it really gives the impression that the whole system of ratings and disability payments and all that fraught with peril and fraud. So as Mr. Gallucci said, you know, a system as large as that there will be fraud. So what I'd like to ask the Inspector General Mason is, a system like this, a program like this is going to have fraud. My concern would be that do we have the capacity within the VA to investigate fraud? And I'm not sure who prosecutes the fraud, whether the VA
has lawyers that does that, or whether that has to go to the Attorney General's office. But really, I would like to know what kind of capacity is in the VA to investigate fraud, meaning that has the entity that would, I guess it would be your office, Ms. Mason, that would investigate fraud. Have you
Yes.
seen reductions in the number of people in your office?
So Senator Hirono, let me answer that question. So it is our office that is charged with that duty to investigate and work with DOJ, primarily the assistant U.S. attorneys, and as well as local, law enforcement to go after the fraud, and we do that. To go after fraud, there does have to be a threshold, though, of intent. So there has to be corroborating evidence and facts. So our office does that. As far as the number of people we do have that currently in the shutdown. My investigators, that's who's working.
Oh, excuse me, why don't we go well, I'd like to ask the question relating to pre-shutdown. So the last IG had over 1,000 staff.
That's
Is
correct.
that what you have? Do you have 1,000 staff
Currently,
people?
we have approximately 1,000 staff prior to shutdown. OPM did authorize me to, through exemptions, to hire 35 additional staff across the OIG, which included 2 investigators, and we were proceeding to do that, but shutdown got in the way.
Yeah, we can end the shutdown if a certain party decides to restore health care to the American people, but we won't get into that right now. So you have the same number of people then that your predecessor had, and that you have authority to hire 35 more people. Do you consider that enough of a staff, enough capacity to deal with the millions and millions of veterans that you are dealing with? And I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of claims that you are being asked to review?
Well, so let me clarify that real quick, Senator. So prior to, in the beginning of 25, we had 1,175-ish people. We lost about 100 people due to DRP and VERA and normal attrition. So we are at about 1,000 right now. My budget, as presumed, we think is going to be able to allow me to hire additional 70 people. OPM has given me credit for 35.
Yes,
However, we don't go after the claims. We don't adjudicate the claims. We investigate fraud, and we do oversight of the department who does all those claims. But we have the people to do that.
Okay, so there's another office within the VA that has oversight over the claimants, and you have all these people who have to determine ratings and
That's the veterans of, that's,
extent of disability, et cetera, that leads to certain amounts being paid. So then let me ask you this then, do you think that you have enough capacity to investigate all of the fraud that you think is out there?
We do.
Okay.
Primarily, majority of our work, Senator, is in education and healthcare and fiduciary fraud, as well as a significant some compensation. But as I testified earlier,
So
in my
you would,
statement,
I'm
it's
running
about
out of time.
3.7%.
So you would take issue with the Washington Post article that seems to
Absolutely,
indicate there's massive fraud going on in the VA
There
system.
is no massive fraud going on. I take issue, yes.
I want to thank the other people who have testified from the VSOs because you are right there on the ground and you're dealing with the veterans. And I know from the veterans that I hear from that there are delays in getting their ratings, and there are any number of ways that the system can be improved. And we heard from from Ms. Curdo, I'm sorry, from GAO about a number of recommendations that could improve the system, and the indications seem to be that the VA has not made the kind of changes that were recommended. Would those of you who represent VSOs, would you agree that these recommendations have not been complied with or met? Anybody want to weigh in briefly, because my time is already up?
I would agree that oversight and quality controls need to be there. When we're talking about fraud or questionable claims, I point to one of the examples in the Washington Post story where they talked about a veteran who received benefits for an accident while they were related to a DUI. I believe that that's a quality control thing. And there are things that are supposed to be considered willful misconduct that don't qualify for benefits. And that when something like that is found, that VA has the quality controls in place to make sure that they're not awarding benefits in the situation that they shouldn't.
And do you think they do have those quality controls in place?
I think they need to improve on those quality controls, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Hirono, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, welcome, Admiral. Congratulations on your nomination. I want to start with two initial questions that I ask of every nominee to ensure their fitness to serve. So I will ask you, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator.
So the president made what I think it was a surprise announcement while he was going to meet with President Xi. So this has to do with saying that we should resume nuclear testing. And the last time the U.S. conducted nuclear tests was in 1992. And would resumption of the kind of testing that he's talking about apparently require an EIS?
I'm not familiar with the term EIS.
Oh, environmental impact statement.
Oh, that's not a matter of expertise for me, Senator.
Well, I think under the National Environmental Policy Act, I mean, NEPA, the resumption of nuclear testing, because of the environmental concerns, health concerns, long-term impacts of such testing, that it would require an EIS, which means that there is a comment period, et cetera, before such testing can resume. Let me ask you this then. We're told that the cost to recapitalize the nuclear triad over the next 10 years is $946 billion. That is a huge cost just to recapitalize, as I said, the nuclear triad. So given that huge cost, do you think that what we should do is resume nuclear testing, which experts have estimated would cost $125 to $150 million per test?
Senator, if confirmed in the role of the STRATCOM commander, my role would be to provide military advice, and I would look forward to working with the committee and policy members to inform the way ahead with respect to any testing, whether that's testing of our missile systems or surety associated with the nuclear weapons stockpile.
I think that is going to be really important because it appears that I don't know what thought processes the president went through and who he talked to before he made this, what I would consider a very consequential announcement, and how our adversaries, Russia and China, would regard our resumption of testing, and they may push them to do even more testing from their standpoint, because we have the stockpile stewardship program to ensure the safety and reliability of our nuclear weapons without explosive testing. And the program relies on supercomputers, simulations, non-explosive experiments, and technology. We have a lot of technology that keeps us ahead of our adversaries in terms of ensuring that our nuclear stockpile is actually reliable. So do you think that resumption of testing on our part would spur China, North Korea, Russia to do more testing from their standpoint? Could that result?
Senator, thank you for the question. I wouldn't presume to predict a response on the part of Russia or China.
I look forward to supporting the president's priorities and working with this committee if confirmed
Don't you
on the way
think,
ahead.
excuse me, Admiral, don't you think we should really contemplate and consider what the impact might be and what the response might be by China, Russia, North Korea, if we resume our testing? I'm not saying we shouldn't, but those are considerations that should be assessed. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree that the subject matter expertise with respect to how those countries might respond to any changes in a test regimen, but I wouldn't presume that the president's words meant nuclear testing.
Well, that's what he said.
I believe the quote was, "Start testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis." Neither China or Russia has conducted a nuclear explosive test. So I'm not reading anything into it or reading anything out to it.
Yeah, so again, that points out what kind of, excuse me, Admiral, what kind of thought process the president went through before he made, well, I would say a consequential announcement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you,